What's up, boys? What's up? Nice, nice. Nice that someone that couldn't watch previous streams is here now. Now, this shouldn't be a very long stream. I always say this, and then they're always very long. Much longer than I planned. But, and also, guys, I'm sorry, but this may not be the funniest or the most entertaining of streams. Because it's mostly about looking at the stats. Not even, I know it's called advanced testing, but we're actually not going to test them in battle. Because that's less relevant. What we want to see is which regimental companies are best. And let me just open the chat on my phone. Welcome, man. Glad that some people who cannot... I try to stream at different times now. So that you all have a chance to catch me live. At least we can have a chat. But yeah, what I was saying is today we're mostly looking at the stats for the various HQs, compositions, and then regimental companies. Well, basically to figure out which ones are the best. I'll probably make a tier list or something like that. In any case, I plan to make a video, a dedicated guide for both. One for the HQs, probably coming sooner because it's easier. And one for regimental companies probably coming later, mostly because regimental companies will probably be nerfed. So, yeah, it's a bit risky to do it now. Now, what I want to do here, and so we need a little bit of setup, is I want to have a couple of saves. We're going to use Germany for the test run, but any country is fine. But a couple of saves with several techs unlocked, because as you know, the stats on regimental companies depend... oh, it's 5 AM. That's very early. Good morning. So the stats on regimental companies mostly depend on this stuff here. So they also depend on doctrines a little bit, but mostly on the support equipment technologies. And the HQ composition available depends mostly on the support companies you have unlocked. This is not support. Yeah, this is support companies. Yeah, anyways, what I wanted to do here was simulate a 1939 save. So one in which we have 1939 techs. So more or less something like this. Let's see if we missed something. I think I'm also going to get all of the special projects though. So we're going to take some time to do that. And I mean, in 1939 you would probably have... no, you wouldn't probably have the 1940 tank. Unless you were rushing it. So this should be fine. Then we'll also have a save with all of the techs unlocked. To make a comparison for the late or end game. Just in case. So for the Navy 2, yeah, so I think I did everything here except the special projects. So we may take some time... Oh, this one I forgot. Yeah, this stuff is not relevant, but it's still good to have a save for other tests as well. To have a save that simulates the situation as it would be likely in 1939. Yeah, this stuff, no. Oh, okay. Completely forgot all of this. Oh, fuck. Okay. My bad. You cannot remove it, huh? Fuck. Yeah, let's fix it. I don't want it to be messed up. Yeah, we go concentrated. Let's go all the way here in terms of techs. These ones are completely irrelevant. I just want them to the save for consistency. So it's a 1939 save. It's not a 1939. It's a simulation of a 1939 save. So we want everything that we would likely have in 1939 or possibly have in 1939. And that should be it in terms of text. Now let's get the special projects. Then we need to think about what to do with doctrines. Now what I'm thinking is at least the starting ones for all of them would probably be wise. So let's give ourselves some experience and let's go for a build that is probably the build we would do at this point. Then we'll decide whether we want to have mastery or not. And maybe we can do a check with and without mastery, because mastery does have an impact on the regimental companies, so that's not irrelevant. just a very basic field that would be meaningful and logic at this point. Now this one is really irrelevant, but let's still do it. Okay, I think in terms of doctrines and texts, I'm pretty happy right now, but I also want all of the special projects unlocked. That may take a bit longer to do. Guys, I need to check. I know I need to check the chat. I'm really bad at this, by the way. I never check the chat fast enough. What do you think about the DLC overall? I made a video on that. I'm not very excited with this DLC. I don't think it's a particularly good DLC. And honestly, the more I play it, the less I like it. There are some things that are a bit buggy. It could have been better, let's say. Could have been better with a little bit more testing, a little bit more effort. It could have been a better DLC. After some testing and thinking, isn't superior firepower realistically the best HOI4 Grand Doctrine? Because against late game unit stacks, having a few times higher recovery rate versus 30% more planning. No. So superior firepower is an S tier Grand Doctrine defensively in multiplayer. In multiplayer, offensively, Grand Battle Plan is still superior. In single player, it's really hard to justify going superior firepower. Yeah, the recovery rate is really good, don't get me wrong. But no, 30% more planning is better in general. Then I mean, yeah. Now, in single player, you could actually make an argument for mobile warfare because being fun. Now, there is an important thing that not many people notice, but Paradox massively nerfed Staff Office Plan. I don't know if any of you noticed, but now Staff Office Plan is much more expensive. So if we... Well, this one, from here, it doesn't seem that much more expensive, but once you have a full army of 24, it's actually a lot of command power. It used to be a lot less. So it's not something you can spam that easily anymore. So having some extra planning is nice. And also, planning speed, I mean. And also, mobile warfare gives you actually mobility, better mobility. And less organization loss when moving and when below 25%. So in terms of organization, there is a chance that mobile warfare is better. Now, one more thing is, speaking of regimental companies, since we are talking about them, mobile warfare gives you breakthrough and organization on regimental companies, which is quite good. Superior firepower gives you soft attack and hard attack, which is not very good. Soft attack is good, but only 5%. And Grand Battle Plan gives you defense and entrenchment. It's probably the worst of all buffs. And Mass Assault gives you recovery rate and supply use, which is arguably maybe the best buff on regimental companies. So the regimental companies overall were a nerf to Grand Battle Plan, possibly a bit to superior firepower, and a bit of a buff to mobile warfare and Mass Assault. The industry is not going to have an effect on anything. Oh man, thank you so much for the donation. And I missed it. As you donated, I missed it. I know, I don't, it's just, I swear, with other games it's easier, but in Hearts of Iron it's so difficult because there is so much stuff on the screen to check. It's a bit difficult to talk about, to check the chat, read the chat while I do other stuff at the same time. 7 AM, no World Cup games, so we can check this. I'm not, I mean, Florence is great. I have Tuscan origins, but I am from Milano. Even though the great Machiavelli was indeed from Florence. Perfect. So, boys, what we want now, even though it's a bit annoying, I'd say, is all of the special projects. And not particularly for today's testing in particular. Fuck, what was the command for that? I always forget. And then there is also the issue that I need to spell. Fuck my life. Okay, wait, how do I add? I needed maybe a number. Let me check. HOI4 command. Yeah, okay. No, the first one was right, but I need I need an amount. Okay, and also we want SP instant. Sounds from your game throwing me. Wait, what sounds? Do we have any weird sounds? Or just the music? It should be just the music. Okay, let's get the special projects done then. Yeah, for these ones though, we do need the text that we don't have. I guess I could give myself those texts. So when we do the all unlocked, because these ones don't have any impact on anything anyway. At least the atomic research should be fine. We probably need also these ones. Do we get any buffs from these ones? No. Yeah, here we do. Okay. So for this one, what we need, construction, a higher level of construction. But I don't think this stuff is relevant for now, so... Construction 4, yeah, so okay, I guess we'll do it later. In the end game version of this test. Thank you. Doctor, unlock one. Oh, it must be something like this. Okay, something like this. Yeah, but that doesn't unlock them really, no? I still need to research them. And it still doesn't work, actually. Yeah, I remember that there was no very easy way to... Let me remove that one, because I don't think it works. Like, it shows them as unlocked, but they are not really unlocked. But it's okay, we're almost done. It's not that much it's not that much work. Yeah, no, yeah, that's the one I use, but it doesn't work. Okay, good, fine, done. It's okay, it wasn't that much of a big deal. Now we also want to maybe to adjust some stuff in here, but Marines, Paratroopers and Rangers, I want to test them for sure. Cavalry we don't particularly care about, this stuff we don't care about, motorized we don't care about. Then we can test a few infantry divisions, and then we can test a few armored divisions as well. So these two we are going to keep as inf. Arm. And we're going to duplicate them when needed. Mar. Okay, I think we're pretty happy. I think we can make the save as 1939 text plus special projects. Okay, and we can start the first tests in here. So I'd say we start with the... yeah, let's also do something here. The maximum command power we have is only 80, but that's okay. Okay. Yeah, let's start with the HQ designer. Maybe let's start with the... I cannot... how do you make a new one? Do you always need to duplicate the one you already have? Can't you make a new one from zero? It should be. No? Wait. That's not a great start. You cannot make a new one? You cannot delete, you know. Am I blind? Did I miss it somewhere? Or no, we're not going to pick. We're not going to pick focuses. We don't want any other factors in here. Well, okay. Then I guess we can design it here. I thought you had it. Now, another question I have for you guys. I don't know if you know, but we can try testing a few countries. Is there ever a country that starts without this one? Because so far I've seen this one always. But I guess we can test a few countries to see if that's the case or not. Let's see. Let's try like France. Look at this mess already. Let's take a look at the HQ. So they have that. Well, let's tag Luxembourg. I don't know. So I think this might be the most basic one that even the weakest countries start with something like this. I don't think anyone starts without this, but let's do a couple more tests. Think about weak countries in the game, guys. What should we check? Well, China is not. I wanted Chile, but I don't know the tag. But again, okay, China is that one. I don't know, but it's not terrible. Tag Siam. What do they start with? Something, yeah, this seems to be the basic one. How about the UK? Yeah, the UK has the basic one plus. Let's see the Soviet Union. The basic one with more infantry makes sense, but this one is always there. So I guess we're going to assume that that's always there. ITA? Again, okay, fine. Let's give it, let's make it the default one. Yeah, but they consume so little tanks that you actually already have, as Germany, you already have some for it. But yeah, it's true. So we're going to talk about it very soon, but let's make the German one also the default one. So the default one is this one, I think, right? This is the one that every country at the very minimum starts with. Yeah, but you know what, Vades, what you're right about though is if you cannot create one from zero, it's very annoying to change the German one. It's actually a lot of army experience that you need to waste. It's very weird that there is no way, maybe here? Okay, here. Never mind. Okay, so you can always create empty. And what happens if you create empty? Okay, if you create it empty, it's actually empty. So you start without anything. However, most countries seem to start at least with something like this. Though doesn't look like they use supplies. Unless this is bugged. Oh, yeah, the tanks use supplies. The infantry doesn't use supplies. Okay. Oh, we're finding out stuff. See, that's why I wanted to talk. My chair is very poorly positioned. Okay, all good. So, the first consideration, probably the most important one, is that the stats on the HQ are completely useless, except for 2 of them. There are only 2 relevant stats, the way I see it in here. The only 2 relevant stats are the max speed, which ideally you don't want to be too much slower than your main army, or the army it is assigned to, because the distance from the army is relevant. So you need the HQ to be close to your army for these bonuses, which are also a bit bugged, but for these bonuses to apply fully. So ideally you want to use infantry for anything that is low, and you want to use, in my opinion, motorized for anything that is fast. And that's the only consideration I would do. In principle, I don't think there is ever a reason to use armored battalions, because armored battalions only give you extra stats on this particular unit, the deployed general. And this particular unit sucks in any case, and you should never fight with it in any case, unless you're doing some for fun HQ only world conquest or something like that. And the reason is the maximum combat width, whatever you do, is 8, and 8 sucks. So in any case, this is a bad. Like, say that you go heavy tanks, it's still a bad division. It's still something you don't want to fight with. And for the same reason, there is... Oh, you can use paratroopers. Yeah, if you want to paradrop it, I guess you need to use paratroopers, but again, irrelevant. And the other thing to consider is adding battalions here is also useless. You just make it more expensive, and you don't want to fight with it anyway. True, it's weird that... It's very weird that there is no cavalry option. In fact, cavalry is maybe the one that makes the most sense, historically. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, so maybe leaving it at 2 is okay, because if it is too small, if it ever is attacked and it is killed very quickly, it can be a little risky. And adding these battalions doesn't cost that much, so maybe I would keep it at like 4 combat weight, but it really doesn't matter. So what you use in here really doesn't matter. Let's make one that we call default. Then let's create an empty one. Let's call it, let's say this is the motorized default. We'll talk about this stuff, but I think this is something you always want. Yeah, so actually the default, you would duplicate it. You'd replace this with motorized. How expensive? It's freaking expensive. So this is 30 army experience. What happens if we create it from 0? It's cheaper, probably. Yeah, it's actually cheaper. Good to know. So it's always cheaper to create one from 0. Unless you have a lot of this stuff here. Okay, so far we already have the default HQ and the motorized default HQ. And so in principle I would use the default HQ with infantry or slow divisions and the motorized default with anything fast. This is actually nice in general, I would say. I'd like to see the addition of Army Corps and the reduction of Army Division capacity, and we can have a realistic army. They keep adding costly XP things, but haven't touched the XP cap since release. True, the XP cap should be changed, but it's good that we have something to spend experience on. There is no Armored Car 1, I think, because I don't see it. That also would historically make sense, right? Let me create a new one though. Let me try with an empty one. So let's see. No, for fuck's sake. So it's only motorized. It's light, medium, or heavy tank, and it's infantry or paratroopers. That's it. It's funny, guys, because in the early access of the game, many creators... Now, I will be honest, I wasn't particularly interested in this feature, but many other creators gave suggestions, cool suggestions, like Armored Cars was one of them. And I don't know, Paradox was like, yes, that's something we can do, that's something cool. Then nothing happened. It really nerfed my Mountaineers minor armies. It's tricky. You cannot even imagine how bad it was before we convinced Paradox to boost. I convinced Paradox. Bitter still backed me up on this, but I convinced Paradox to boost the mastery gain by 10 times. So imagine how bad it was. Now, the others, I think I can tell you guys, because it's no secret and there is no guarantee that this will be in the game. So, when we were discussing with Paradox the mastery gain, I gave this, in my opinion, really cool suggestion, and I seem to like it, so maybe we'll see this in the game. And my suggestion was like, okay, now that all of the doctrines no longer require army experience, especially the Special Forces one, Army, Navy, and Air experience, you often get into the later phases of the game with an abundance of these experiences, and you have literally nothing to do with them. So what I suggested is, why don't you make this milestone button a clickable one? You can click it, and when you click it, you spend an Army experience or Navy experience or Air experience upkeep every month that boosts the mastery gain for that specific truck. So for example, for the Navy ones, it would be very important. Say that you are making a very cool destroyer build, and then you can click here. You can spend some Navy experience plus a Navy experience monthly upkeep, and you get, I don't know the numbers, they need to figure it out, but plus 50% mastery gain while you keep it up. And then once it's filled and you complete it, this becomes highlighted and the upkeep is cancelled. And they could make it, otherwise it maybe would be OP, so they could make it so that you can only have a maximum of, I don't know, one boosted mastery per section, one land, one naval, one air, and one special forces, something like that. I think it would be a very cool way to boost your mastery gain if you want to make a specific army. It would also allow us more choices, because imagine something like that. So in here, say that you don't use tanks, and you want to boost as much as possible the Grand Assault buffs because it's very good. So maybe in that case you could decide to boost it by clicking the milestone and using your army experience, investing your army experience in that before you unlock additional ones. Which could make it a bit more variable, you know? Give us more choices, more options, more things to think about. Either way, you know, Paradox is Paradox, so most likely they say, ah, yes, it's a cool idea, and then it never happens. But we'll see. Back to the topic. Back to the topic. So, the first thing to decide here is whether we want one or more than one battalions. And I think having 2 battalions is a bit safer, honestly. The HP is so low here that you should never fight with them, but if for any reason they are attacked, with 16 HP they risk being destroyed and the general captured. So let's say I would keep it at 2 by default. And the motorized one doesn't use supplies, while if you go tanks, they use supplies. Did we confirm that? Yes. So we should never use tank ones, because there is no point. They shouldn't fight, and they only remove steel supplies from your divisions, which is the most important thing. So infantry for... yeah, let me write it down. Sorry, boys, but this is also some... since I'm preparing the guide. So default HQs should have 2 battalions. More, you don't need more. Because they should not fight. You should use infantry for slow armies and motorized for fast armies. Nothing else is worth it. Okay, that's the first statement we have ready here. Now it's time to talk about the HQ support. What are these things even called? HQ support companies? HQ support? Whatever. What's the LAR glitch? So of course when we add these, let's call them HQ support, okay? HQ support companies. Headquarters stuff is something you always have. Of course, yeah, what I was saying is when you add these ones, the only thing you care about is the commander bonuses. You don't care about anything else. So whatever you see in there is completely irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the commander bonuses. So now we can talk about the commander bonuses. Yeah, at least we don't have Churchill speaking non-stop this time. Would how resilient you make the HQ depend on how close to the front you will have them? Or have you already looked at those different boosts and picked the distance? No, I would always put them at the distance should always be 1. I don't think there is any point in... Oh, either 1 or free control. Ideally, free control is the best. In multiplayer, you need to go free control. But in single player, you're happy with 1. And never 0, because 0 is on the front, so it might fight, and you don't want it to fight. 2 and 3, the risk is it becomes too far, and so you don't use them. In single player, 1 is very safe. But you're right, let's actually write it down as well. We shall fight on the beaches. Okay. So good thing that you mentioned that. So we also have that covered. And now, yeah. Actually, though, it's the thing is, I wouldn't use in principle HQs on defensive armies much. Because they burn through your command power. I mean, you use command power and it's reserved, huh? And command power is still quite important for ability, so I wouldn't spam these HQs everywhere on every general. I would try to keep them on the general that you need to push, and you shouldn't be counterattacked. But yeah, if you need to, you should maybe micro it a little bit. I would probably be the best. It's easier to do that than to micro the proximity, in my opinion. Changing Field Marshal to 1 changes all general... yes, good point. So... This one is on 2, but I assume it's because they don't have a general, right? Let me see. Okay, it's worth... thank you, it's worth writing. So you can set, by the way, the guide I'm writing will be for members only, tier 3 members only, but if you're watching this live, most of the information will be available here as well. Then I will optimize the guide a little bit. So far we say default HQs should have 2 battalions, you don't need more because they should not fight. Use infantry for slow armies, motorized for fast armies, nothing else is worth it. Proximity should be set to 1 or 3 if you micro. You can set it on the Field Marshal to change all. HQ support companies. You should appoint your chiefs of staff so you have an accurate count of how much CP you would actually have. Probably. Yes. Let's say that we do that. No, I will be the one. Okay. So let's say we go army org. Let's say we go decisive. But let's put them randomly. But these are the ones you normally go for. These ones don't give you... Ah, they do give you stuff. Yes. Well, we cannot get the good ones because they are locked behind something. But it doesn't have to be Germany. So let's say we probably have an infantry expert and army logistics. And something like a... army regrouping, let's say. So this might not always be the case. So it's quite a lot of command power, but it varies a bit too. Either way. Let's finally think about these support companies. HQ support companies, considering that they are unlocked through the technology for support companies, which makes some of them not as ideal. Like, for example, Signal is very good because it gives you max planning plus 3%. The problem is researching the Signal company just for it is not something I particularly like. Lights only challenge, it's awful. No. Okay, so this one, do we agree that this one is always worth the slot or not? Well, let's see. We want to start with the must-have ones, and then we will work on to the situational ones. Like, for example, this one is situational, I would say. This one is very, very good, but only if you use special forces, so it is situational. Recon is nice if you're farming generals because of the terrain trait XP gain, but otherwise it's situational. The maintenance is situational. Now, logistics, honestly, supply consumption minus 5% is really good. Which ones do we have by default? I should have, or do we not have any by default? They're all related to support companies. No, I think by default you only have these 3, maybe? Let me see one thing now. Our friends. Luxembourg, amazing. So let's see what we have by default. We have, well, the engineer, but maybe because they have the... Luxembourg actually has tax, boys. For China, this is luxury. So let's tag China. China doesn't have that stuff, right? Yeah, China has nothing. China is perfect. Let's check China. Okay, nothing. You have nothing. So by default, you only have the... Do you even have the headquarters stuff? Yeah, the headquarters stuff is the only one available by default. Okay. I think it's still bugged, but for this guide, we will assume that they fix it because eventually they should. I know it's a big assumption. It's a big gamble to assume that Paradox would fix them. Like if you look at spearheads, they have been broken for over 1 year, so maybe not. But let's assume they fix it. Logistics and SPG divisions work well together in my read. Yes, definitely. Logistics and SPGs should be combined. But so we're looking at an infantry one, so let's say a weaker, more basic version of this thing. So what do we want on it? Now this one is also very good. Division experience gain plus 10% is actually fantastic. Interesting. Division speed 5% with the military police stuff. Some of this stuff I've never seen. I've never looked at. It's actually nice. Guide for Iran, probably not, but I'll try to include it in a poll in future and see how it goes. See if it's requested enough. We need to put this stuff into tiers, boys. We need to put this stuff into tiers. So we'll have the best tier, the great tier, the situational tier, and the niche tier. The best should be a must-have, so let's start by putting the headquarters stuff in best, because I think leader skill bonuses plus 20% could be always worth it, and the fact that you start with it makes it kind of an obvious choice, in my opinion. Or maybe it should be great. Let's put it in great. Comment, you always have it available. It's solid extra stats. Let's go then, let's go one by one, starting from here. Naval liaison. So amphibious invasion speed 5%. The extra marine supply grace. Now guys, the question is what's extra marine supply grace? That applies to everybody when you invade or to marines only? What does extra marine supply grace mean? Let's see if I can find it. I think it's only for marines. Not only marines that don't have a port. Huh? It is whenever you don't have supplies anymore for 24 hours, you're still able to fight effectively before suffering penalties. But it is only for marines. It's only for... Hello, man. Welcome. And then shore bombardment bonus 15%. That's actually very, very big. So naval liaison is very good for naval invasions, I feel. But only for naval invasions. So it is a bit situational overall. It's not something you always want. I would say naval liaison is a situational one. And the reason is... great buffs, but only for naval invasions. Maybe good buffs. Oh, and welcome to the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Okay, the recon stuff. Reconnaissance plus 10% and then terrain traits XP gain plus 20%. I would definitely not put this above situational. It's good if you... The 10% recon is useless. The 20% terrain trait XP gain is very good if you're farming generals. But if you're not farming generals, not so much. Reconnaissance stuff. Thank God we have the autocorrect fix my spelling of reconnaissance. And thank God you cannot see it. Okay, so reconnaissance stuff great for farming terrain traits, useless otherwise. Maybe it should have been even niche. The top stuffs can be completely ignored because the top stuffs only affect this division, not your army, so it doesn't matter. Only to this, it only applies to this particular army division here, so to the HQ itself. Because then you can see the commander bonuses are granted to the commander deployed with this army HQ, and that's to the commanded units, so to the entire army. While all of the stuff that you see here is only this particular division. I know, it's similar. You're not the first one. Hey, it's cool. I guess Manchester United is not a bad... it's not a bad one. Exactly. So what we were saying is the only thing you need to take a look about here, the only thing you care about here is the commander bonuses. Everything else is completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. So recon, for now we put it in situational, but I might put it even lower and put it to niche. Okay, let's see maintenance. Maintenance, division attrition minus 10% and capture ratio factors plus 2%. Now, the capture ratio is nice if you do that build, but I don't love it. The division attrition 10%. Yes, Vades, it's awesome if you're farming generals. It's awesome if you're farming terrain traits on generals. But you're not going to randomly get terrain traits just because you have this one. If you don't do it on purpose on low-level generals. Though if you combine these with something like theater training, what's theater training? Like if you get theater training and that thing 40% terrain trades XP gain, I guess you can very quickly get terrain trades. Why is that? Okay, he was selecting the one. I was like, why going on theater training gives me stats? Like, okay, yeah. But again, let's put them all down, then we'll think about it again before we define the tier list. So maintenance planning stuff, what do we think here? Division attrition 10%, is it worth being outside of niche? No, I'd say this is niche. Maintenance planning stuff is niche. So that's the lowest tier. It's niche because division attrition is okay. Okay buffs, but there are better ones, I would say. Yeah, but the thing is, we only have in the end we only have four slots available. So we'll see when we completed them, but I'm pretty sure we'll not find a slot for the maintenance planning stuff. Okay, logistics and service stuff. Now, this is a must-have. This is a top tier, in my opinion. +2 army size and 5% supply consumption. It's an easy S tier. Logistics and service stuff. Yeah, I don't think there are many doubts here. This must be a top tier one. I mean, look at the cost. 10 support equip, 200 manpower for 5% supply consumption reduction and +2 max army size, which is also very cool, by the way. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Forward air controller. Airborne invasion preparation time is useless. Damage reduction against CUS is good. Air superiority bonus in combat is very good. So we have two very good buffs here. This one is either S or A tier. Which one? And it's the air superiority bonus in combat 5% is really big. Yeah, I'll put it in S tier for now, then we'll see if there is something else that should be there. Forward air controller. Now, you know what? One thing though is... but you know what? I was thinking if you don't have air superiority, it's less useful, but it's still good because it's also damage reduction against CUS, so it's good even if you don't have air superiority. Don't be too confused about that. In multiplayer, CUS are useless because the amount of anti-air you get is insane. In single player, though, you don't put that much anti-air on your divisions because you don't need it. And this one, leaving aside CUS, the air superiority bonus in combat 5% is really, really good. But it could be on great, not on must. Because if you think about it, out of those three buffs, the first one is useless. And the other two, only one of them matters. If you have full air superiority, you don't need damage reduction against CUS. And you only really get air superiority bonus in combat. And if you don't have air superiority, you don't get air superiority bonus in combat. You only get damage reduction against CUS. So maybe great, not... so A tier, not S tier. Forward air controller. So I'll put it in great, saying great buffs to cast damage reduction and air superiority bonus, but you usually only benefit from one at a time. I don't know, later on we'll try, maybe we'll try to figure it out. You think, no, it should not be paratroopers. Why don't they write it down? Or maybe we can see it from here. Yeah, we can see it from here. So here we have the engineer staff. It's like written like shit, huh? So you don't understand anything here. But okay. So here you get the reconnaissance stuff. Here you get the military police stuff. Here you get the maintenance planning stuff. Here you get the hospital ground stuff. Here you get the logistics and service stuff. Here you get signal and intelligence stuff. So it's neither of these ones. So where is it then? Is it paratroopers, really? Paratroopers HQ security is not that thing. It's not here. Where is it? Is it with planes? Or radio? You said radio. It's probably radio. Radio tech electronics. Where is it though? Is it this one? No, forward air controller. I don't see forward air controller anyway. Is it time for our amazing Luxembourg again? Let's see. Okay, so on Lux, we have it. We have it already. Why do we have it? Luxembourg starts with special for... No. They start with planes? No. They start with radio? No. What? What is this sorcery? How do you unlock it? This China... No, this China has it. This China has it, but the People's Republic of China doesn't have it. But this China has some planes. Oh, yeah, but they don't have anything. Luxembourg doesn't have anything. No, I'm not playing Luxembourg. I just need to find out where this comes from. How do you unlock the forward air controller? Guys, there are no techs here. The truck? It wouldn't make any sense, so no. Having an airplane. Does Luxembourg have airplanes? They don't even have an airport. I doubt they have airplanes. No, they don't have airplanes. From trains, it wouldn't make much sense. No, I have the feeling it should be from here, because this is the only thing that... Okay, let's try. So the People's Republic of China, let's confirm that they don't have it, first of all. They don't have it. Okay. Let's see. I think it's support equip for some reason. It is. But it's awesome that it doesn't say it. That's fantastic. And just in case, just to confuse you a little bit. Okay, so it is... So it is support equipment, but it doesn't say it. Fantastic. Okay. The amount of patience you need. Well, then I guess it's a very easy one to unlock as well. You mostly have it, the forward air controller. Okay, great buffs to cast damage reduction and air superiority. They usually only benefit from one at a time. Let's move on to the next one then. The next one would be... wait, did we do... I feel like I skipped some of them though. Did we do special operations? No, we didn't. Why did I skip it? Special operations coordination. Okay, so this one is absolutely fantastic. No, well, it is very, very good for special forces. However, it's also completely useless without special forces, which would be the definition of situational. So, however, putting it in situational together with something like naval liaison and reconnaissance stuff doesn't seem right, because this one is fantastic. This one is fantastic when you use special... It's S tier when you use special forces, and it's useless when you don't. I think it deserves to be in S tier, with in brackets written only if you use special forces. Because it's not really situational. It's like a must-have, or you don't use it. Special operations coordination. Yeah, let's put it in S tier. Yeah, I'll put an if you use special forces, a giant if in there, but it is S tier. Okay, so what do we have next? The engineer stuff. This is probably one of the worst ones. We'll get to the regimental ones a bit later, but yes, the Orga is the noob trap in there for sure. Good for attacking forts. This one is good for attacking forts. I would say it's situational, the engineer stuff. Actually, no, I would put it in niche. I would put it in niche. You shouldn't attack forts. Engineer stuff. No, okay, let's put it in situational. I don't know. In multiplayer, it's a bit more useful. In single player, you shouldn't attack forts. And in brackets I'd write, great if you attack forts, which you should not attack. Okay, next, the military police stuff. Now, this one is a bit of a surprise. It's a bit of a surprise because 5% division speed, it's honestly pretty decent on armored templates. It's definitely nothing more than situational because on... oh, I mean, I'm not sure. 5% speed is good. 5% speed is good, but the military police stuff is a useless support company. So the military police is useless. So I don't know if it's worth wasting both a slot and a research just to get it. Exactly. Yeah, let's keep it in situational, military police stuff. I'll write down extra speed is great, especially in armored templates, but it requires military police, which is not particularly useful. Then let's move on to the next one. I think the hospital one is going to be an S tier, boys. It's not only... no, well, actually, it doesn't do anything for the... The hospital doesn't do anything for low manpower, though. The hospital doesn't do anything for low manpower. The only good thing in here is the division experience gain 10%. But division experience gain 10% is really good. I mean, you would still get the hospital on low manpower countries to preserve manpower on your divisions, but that's another story because this one doesn't do anything for that. For marine landings, naval liaison and special ops are already great. Hard to see military police fitting in there too. Yeah, after we write them all down, we'll try to make the full build, and then we'll probably be forced to make some choices. And then we adjust the tier list a little bit based on that. So here we have the chance to get sick and the chance to get wounded in combat. Honestly, I wouldn't completely ignore those because it's extremely annoying when your general gets sick or wounded. Then you lose him for like 50 days and 90 days sometimes. So not bad, but it's especially the division experience gain that is good. I'll put these in great for now, A tier. Then we'll see. Hospital group stuff. So I'll put great XP gain buffs and nice additional buffs. I think the hospital, the more they keep going, the more the hospital support company is useful on tanks. I can see this being particularly important in multiplayer for the experience gain, but let's see. Does the 10% division experience gain stack with other sources of division experience gain? Yeah, I don't see why not. Definitely. Feel like general get sick when you assign them to new army in a theater outside of home. No, it depends on the terrain. Like in here, for example, where is it? What the fuck? God damn it. Like in marshes here, for example, you have a chance to get sick plus 100%. So when you plan a naval invasion from here, which I never do recently, your general almost always gets sick, and that's very annoying. But yeah. Why do they always add more thing that draw from the same overtax resource? Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next one, the last one, the signal and intelligence stuff. Now, max planning 3%, recon bonus while entrenched 10%, enemy operative capture chance 10%. The only one that is important here is the max planning 3%. Max planning 3% is really, really, really good. However, the other two are not particularly important. However, researching signal is a bit of a pain in the ass because signal is not something you usually use. You can see this being more important in multiplayer than in single player. In multiplayer, signal is more important. I don't know about this one. I am in doubt between great and situational. I'll put it in great for now, but then we need to think about it. Signal and intelligence stuff. So, great, max planning, buff, but situational support company. Okay, so now it's time to design, to determine these tiers. It's time to design the perfect HQ. What is a bit difficult to understand is exactly how impactful this one is. Leader skill bonuses plus 20%. Now let's try to figure it out if we can. Let's take a really good one. I mean, in the game you probably can have better ones. Let's go Fedor. Okay, let's go Fedor. So, technically, we would need to add the 20% to this buff. So let's see how much that is. So the first one is 12.5 plus 20%. ChatGPT, it's time to shine. No, yeah, that's what I thought. 1 second. I need to remove the first percent, otherwise it gets bugged. So that would be an extra 2.5% attack. Let's do the same for all of them to get an idea. So 7.5. Then we have that would be 1.5. Then we have 25% and 10%. Okay. That's an extra 5%, and then finally we have minus 7.5. In short, it seems to be worth it, and it's the better your general is, the more it is worth it. But like on a general like this, you get an extra 1.5 attack, 1.5% attack. No, sorry, 2.5% attack. 2.5% attack, 1.5% defense, 5% planning speed, 2% extra planning, and 1.5% extra reduced supply consumption. In total, it seems to be quite a lot of stuff. So I would say the headquarters stuff is probably better than where we put it. So the headquarters stuff, let's move it into best. Let's put it into best because it's always available. It doesn't require anything. It gets better the more your general gets better. Always have it available. Actually, let me shorten it to always available. Solid extra stats and gets better with your general. So we stick to this one. Okay, now what do we put next? So in great or in best, so far we put logistics and special operations. Though special operations is only for special forces. So let's say we are not using special forces in this template. We don't use special forces, we don't use special operations. But we do put logistics for sure. So that's the second slot taken. And we have another 2 slots available. What do we put in the last 2 slots? What's a 1, 1, 1, 1, 1? So let's see what else we put in here. We have the forward air controller, the hospital group, and the signal ones. No, on a 1-1-1 at the beginning, no, but then the general will level up, so it will be good. Recon plus air controller, you say. No, Recon I'm not convinced. Recon I'm not convinced. The forward air controller probably yes. Because you don't require any extra stuff. It is true though that everything else we have in here, military, police, hospital, group and signal, require, all of them require an extra tech that you would probably otherwise not use it in it. The military police you are not going to use, the signal you're not going to use, the field hospital you might use though. So maybe the field hospital gains a little bit of an edge here because of that. For that we would actually need a bit more testing for the terrain traits XP gain. But the thing is, you need low level generals to benefit from this one. If they are already high level, though, if they are low level and you get terrain XP, you get recon plus theater training on Grand Battle Plan, then it's really good. Actually, you could create a new one in this way. You go theater training, you create a new one, and you get the terrain traits. Oh, is it really that worth it? So in Spain you can get some nice terrain traits. You can probably get Mountaineer, Hill Fighter, you can get Adaptable, which is really good. Yeah, Adaptable is really good. And you definitely would be able to get 2 of them, I think. I have the feeling. I mean, this is also an extra, by the way, this is also an extra support company, but it's one that you almost always use. So let's say we go forward air controller, because that one is, in the end, it's always somehow, at least in some way, useful and very easy to unlock. So let's put this forward air controller. Let's put it in best then. I'll move it up 1 tier. I'll move it up 1 tier because it's always available. Not always available, but easily available. Easy to unlock, however you don't know how to. Paradox doesn't tell you how to. Great buff to cast damage reduction and air superiority. Okay. Yo, what's up, man? Ciao. No, crazy potato, no, don't do that to me. Look it up. Cannot help you. Cannot endorse piracy here, especially with Paradox spying on my streams and videos. All good, man, all good. I am thinking about this last one because I'm still not entirely convinced by the terrain traits XP gain 20%. Pretty sure if you don't try to get it, it's not that useful. And maybe you benefit more from Naval Liaison at that point. For me, it's 1 PM, but I know it's a bad time for many of you. But I like to do this stuff in company, so you help me think about it. You know what, Vades, the issue here is that this one is clearly worse than something like the Signal one or the Hospital one. These buffs are better. I'd say maybe we can put this last slot as free, and we can select a few options. Like if you have the hospital, go for the hospital. If you have signal, go for signal. If you don't want to research anything extra, go for recon. If you want to use it for naval invasions, go for naval liaison. It's not really like which one is better here, but what applies to your situation best. And if you're using special forces, go for special operation coordination. I'd put it that way. No, maintenance, no, because the equipment capture is bad. You generally want to produce your own equipment. AI-made equipment is bad. The only advantage of this one is the division attrition, but the maintenance company is another very situational support company, so this definitely goes down. No, recon doesn't offer anything to defense. It's only for the terrain traits here. No, but I'd say, like, rather than putting the tier, I will also make the tier list, but then I will make the ideal composition. And I think the ideal composition is like these three. I don't see many reasons not to always use them. Because these buffs are always useful regardless of what you do. Always good. So always a must. And then the fourth slot depends, I would say, no? Naval invasion, go naval liaison. Special forces, special operation coordination. Terrain, you want to farm terrain traits? Reconnaissance stuff. You want to farm experience on your divisions? Hospital, or if you have the hospital. You want a bit of extra max planning, go signal, even though this is probably the least likely that I would pick. If you're using the military police, by the way, the division speed is also good. So if you get division speed, if you get military police for occupied territories, which is not usually the case, you can even go military police. And if you need to attack into forts, go engineer stuff. It's really the only one that probably I would not pick in any circumstances is the maintenance one. But if you're in bad terrains and you suffer a lot of attrition, then that's also good. What are we talking about on a lot? I don't understand. Recon? What recon are we talking about there? Not this recon, clearly. Okay, so that would put it in the situational Roblox. Is if you're playing Communist China and you want to go for an equipment capture build, go for it. Honestly, I've never seen a point in doing something like that. You can check my guide for Communist China. You don't need to steal equipment. You produce your own and it's still very good. In the end, it works amazingly. Some builds maybe can benefit from that. I disagree with that. I don't know, guys, why you like the equipment capture ratio so much. Because minor countries... I don't know. It's hard that that 2% equipment is what makes the difference for you as a minor country. Exactly. It's not a great buff overall. And you can stack it up, you can make a build on that, but... As a minor country, even just the idea of focusing on researching the maintenance company, it's like several research slots and then another company slot that requires equipment. Just the fact that you need to do all of that stuff doesn't seem worth it. It's a 2% equipment capture bonus with these stuff here, and then you get some buff with the. Though it's true that the equipment capture ratio goes to 5%. Why does it go to 5%? Shouldn't it be 2%? No, okay, because yeah, okay, I see what you mean. No, on these. It's a 7% in total, but it's an extra 2%. You shouldn't... Yeah, you shouldn't look at this stuff because this stuff doesn't matter. This is not fighting. So you need to have the maintenance company on your division. Then you need to add these to this division. And then you probably get a total of 7% with the... I don't know which tier did I get here though. This is already the tier 2, I think. What's the equipment capture ratio on the first one? Okay, it's 5%. So it's an extra 2% to the 5%. It's not 7%, I think. It's equipment capture rate. Well, we should test it. But this is with the second maintenance company, which actually gives the same. Doesn't it? Let me see. No, you do get an extra 5% here for the maintenance company. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Again, there are situational builds in which you can do some stuff with that, but in general, I hate AI-made equipment. It's shitty. You can produce your own. Later we'll need to do that. So I would probably save this as default. And I don't think there is much of a difference if you go motorized. It's the same stuff you always want this to, in my opinion. And the last one, we leave it free. So let me also add ideal composition and then tier list. Normally you may put maintenance in tanks, but with that in the HQ it gives buff to... No, guys, don't get confused here. I know it's confusing, it's done like shit. Don't get confused. The only stuff... The only stuff that you get on your divisions is minus 10% division attrition and plus 2% equipment capture ratio factor. You don't get these stats on your army, okay? These stats are only on the general itself. Then the army that is assigned to that general only gets minus 10% attrition plus 2% equipment capture ratio. If you don't have a maintenance company on your army template already, so if you don't add the maintenance company, this doesn't do anything, or doesn't do much in any case. Since it's a equipment capture ratio factor plus 2%, I'm not even sure what happens if you don't have a maintenance company. I don't know if you get a 2% or because it's at 0% originally you don't get anything. But yeah. So for now, I think I stick to what we originally said because I think it makes sense. We want... 1, the headquarters stuff. 2, forward air controller. 3, logistics and service stuff. 4, 3. And then we can add special operations coordination if special forces. Then I'd put the hospital, signal. Okay, let me change the tier list a bit based on these. I just noticed I didn't even put the maintenance one down. Maintenance planning stuff. No, please, no. Who has this? Who suggested this? Wilhelm, is it you? Fuck. I'll absolutely kill you. Who suggested the gun designer? Terrible idea. Okay, so Special Operation Coordination, Eve Special Forces. Then we say the Naval Liaison for Naval Invasions. Hospital. Group staff. If using field hospitals. Signal and intelligence if using signal. I don't think nobody uses signal. I mean, we don't use signal. Suspika. Attrition reduction in Russia seems sweet. I lose so much equipment in those marshes. I agree with you. But you don't usually get the maintenance company in any case. So, you don't research a support company just to get the minus 10% division attrition just on the army with assign this dude. Signal company for 3% planning. Honestly though, I'm not sure. I mean, 3% planning is not terrible. In multiplayer, it can even make the difference. In single player, I see it very unlikely to make the difference. Now, let me demote a bit the signal. Let me put the signal the problem is that the thing is in multiplayer, the signal company is used a lot more. And people will annoy my ass if I put it in situational and say, signal is a mandatory thing, whatever. Let's leave it in great so that people don't annoy me, but I will not use it. Special operations for special forces, naval liaison for naval invasions, hospital if you use the field hospital. What am I missing here that we talked about? Recon. Okay, recon. Let's put recon for terrain trades. I'll put it after the field hospital one, before the field hospital one, so they are also kind of in the priority. Then we'll do a brief recap and you guys can tell me if you agree or if you think I missed something here. Yeah, that's quite true. China is worse if you don't own no compromise, no surrender. Yeah, China is easier to cap with no compromise, no surrender. Let's put the hospital group behind naval liaison and recon in the tier list. So they are all A tier. I'm looking at the spreadsheet that I cannot show you because it's members only. But this is the stream, guys. If you don't want to look at a division company for 20 minutes, this is not the right stream, because after we are done with this stuff, we'll simply do the same thing for regimental companies. There is no action today. Absolutely no action. I'm just a bit undecided about the last step here. So we agree that this is a must for special forces. So this goes into the 4th slot for sure if you use special forces, not out. And this is a must-have for special forces, so goes S tier, not out. Then we move on to the A tier, which is a bit below. Naval liaison is very good in my opinion if you go for naval invasions, because 15% shore bombardment is actually pretty nice. But it is only for naval invasions. You only naval invade with one army, so you wouldn't necessarily want this on every army. It's completely useless. Unless you design an HQ for every single army separately, and you want this to be the default one, right? Then naval liaison is a situational one, because it's only for naval invasions. So naval liaison should go into situational. Then we move that down 1 tier. Multiplayer sucks with the fort spammers. Just look at how... yeah, but multiplayer has many issues like in general. But whatever. I don't particularly care. So, these first 2 are done. Let's move on to the next one. The engineer stuff is very good if you attack forts. But why would you attack forts? Don't attack forts. Don't pick engineer stuff. In multiplayer, you might be forced to attack forts, but in single player, you should really not attack forts. There are very few situations in which you do. Maybe you do against Czechoslovakia, but generally, this has to be niche, because you don't attack forts. So definitely goes into niche. I need some niche companies as well, so this goes into the lowest tier, the engineer stuff. Great if you attack forts, but you should not attack forts. Engineer got demoted to the lowest tier now. No, not the support company. The regimental staff company only. The support company is still very good. So, recon, military police, maintenance, hospital and signal. The last ones to position. Vades, you will end up being right about recon. Maybe recon is better than I thought. Because you just randomly put it on. You get some extra recon, which is useless. But okay. And then you get some random terrain buffs, traits on people. Because at this point, if you don't want to research maintenance, military police, hospital, and signal, which are all situational, this is the only one you have available, and that's true. You're right about that. I mean, you need the recon company, but the recon company is a lot less situational than all of the other ones. So it would make sense to put recon a bit above the other ones just for availability. Okay, then. Then recon goes into great, and I will put it in front of the naval liaison one in the optimal build. So special operations if special forces, then recon if not special forces though. Then naval liaison for naval invasions, because that's also always available, and then hospital if using hospitals. And we can also, so we need to put them all down. Though I do consider, I still consider the hospital one and the hospital one to be maybe a great one. I like it. Signal can possibly go down 1 tier at least into situational. Maintenance planning goes down to niche. Military police, I think it goes down to niche as well. despite the 5% speed. Though, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's really difficult. Recon mostly doesn't work. Let me look again at this So it's one research. How long does it even take to research military police? Like, you know, it's you click here. It's probably Luxembourg. My man, my amazing Luxembourg. 130 days. They're all 130 days. Though, and this is not irrelevant, for signal, yeah, for logistics you need truck, but that doesn't matter because logistics is extremely important. For signal you need both truck and radio, but those are normally techs you get, especially the radio. Truck you may actually not get it that soon. Which is one more thing going in favor of maintenance military police recon. Can you benefit as a minor country? Say you play as China. Say you play as China and a communist China, you have nothing available. Will you actually waste a research on military police? Just to get 5% extra speed on your divisions? You don't. It wouldn't make any sense, come on. As a major country then. Okay, you're playing as Germany. No. The military police it's such a huge investment in terms of army experience that nobody would generally do that. Put the military police on the garrison. To put them in, I forgot the exact number, but to make military police on garrison worth it, you need to have a template that is, I think it was at least 8 cavalry. So another 2. I think you need something like this, then you add the military police. So that would be like 70 army. 70? Will you use 70 army experience for your garrisons? No way. Not a chance. Not when you can spend 5. Not a chance. Not a chance. In other words, the military police for only 5% speed. Now, that 5% speed, honestly, the other consideration is, in my opinion, this 5% speed on infantry is not particularly useful. It's good on faster divisions, but again, I wouldn't probably research it for faster divisions. At that point, on a good armored template, I would rather maybe go experience gain to get them to higher levels of experience. I would really not ignore that division experience gain. It's really cool. If anything, the division attrition, the extra planning, they all seem to be more impactful. Okay. Let's get to the end here so we can move on to regimental companies. I do find the hospital to be better, so I will end it like this. Headquarters stuff, forward air controller, logistics and service, mandatory. Free, special operations if you use special forces. Recon to farm terrain trades, and generic. Naval liaison for naval invasions. Hospital group if using field hospitals to farm Division 6P. Honestly, this 10% extra experience gain is probably the most impactful of all of these buffs. If you can get to veteran, it's the most impactful one. No, signal you get it for the planning though. For the max planning, you don't use it for the other ones. But yeah, signal we can lower it a bit. So I will not even include it up there, signal. I will only include hospital and signal, military, police, engineer stuff, and maintenance planning. Neither of them makes it into the relevant ones. Okay, I may adjust it a bit later on again if I come up with something different, but for now I would say that this is the conclusion. And so, say we go for the generic one in this game. Normally I would put the hospital if I can. But then, either hospital or recon. But let's put the special forces for a more... yeah, something like this. With this one being actually free though. Okay, let's save. Now I want to check one thing before we move on to regimental companies. Do these stuffs get buffed in any ways? Let's also check, let's check this stuff here. See if we missed something. Maybe there is something else that we didn't consider. I don't think so, but let's check. No, there is nothing new. It's always the same ones. Do they get any buffs with further attacks? I don't think so, but let's check. It's the same. No, it's not the same. Wait. This one? Oh, wait. Yeah, this is the same. The same. It's the same. The same. No, it's the same. Okay, sorry. Never mind. It is the same. Fine. Okay, good. So they don't get better with more attacks. That's good to know. Let's see what you are talking about. Signal company is probably the most useless. Do you ever use intelligence agency? The intelligence agency are really good, I think. Field hospital is good only for some countries that have manpower issue, if you ask me. No, guys, again, I know it's confusing. It's done in a shitty way here. The field hospital doesn't provide any buffs. This field hospital here doesn't provide any buffs to manpower. It doesn't help with manpower at all. The only... You should ignore the stuff that is up there. Just look at the commander bonuses. It's the only reason to pick these support companies is the commander bonuses. So what you get is division experience gain plus 10%, chance to get sick minus 25, chance to get wounded minus 25%. That's it. That's the only thing to consider. So you pick this mainly for the division experience gain plus 10%, which is actually very good. It can get you to veteran, which is cool. Then the other question is like, you wouldn't research the field hospital if you don't have manpower issues, but that's another topic. It's the XP 10% and the RNG reduction for sick and wounded, which is actually pretty nice. Wait, are you guys talking? Is my microphone doing all right? Is the audio from my microphone a bit fucked up? Or are you referring to Stalin? Now let me know if the microphone has issues. It shouldn't, but in position it a bit better maybe. No, mic, it's good. Good. Nice. Okay, boys. I think we're done. Vates, you wanted to check the difference in the planning bonuses. We can do that. Not planning bonuses, but the distance. We wanted to check the distance. Let's check the distance. So in the end, let's make the HQ... Yeah, let's go with the field hospital one. Let's deploy it. Let's put it on a front like here on Poland.
Angetreten.
This guy's away. So wait, this is no, distance 1, I said. Immediate. The distance 1 honestly seems fairly safe here. Now, was there an easy way to see how much of the buffs do they get? Or do you know if there is an easy way to see that? Okay, here we get some stuff. Maybe. I would like to see if a general provides bonuses to divs outside his army group to... No, that no. You can see the divisions affected are the ones that have these arrows, these lines. What I don't... so you can see which ones are influenced by the position. By the way, if you put him at 0, he goes on the front line. Yeah, you really don't want this. So I think 1 is the best. Also, yeah, he does goes in shitty places. So I would like him to be in the middle. But yeah, 1 seems fine overall. How do you deploy them? By clicking here. What if they are in a martial line? But you cannot deploy the martial though. Huh? Martial cannot be deployed. But yeah, let's try that. So say that we do something like this. I would assume that the general only gives the buffs to his own army. Actually, I changed my... Let's check... let's add a... Oh my god, where is it? Let's add a signal just so that we can maybe check a bit better with the max planning buff. So here we can see the arrows connecting him. Now let's see one of these guys and see if he's connected, like this guy here, for example. Yeah, it's not connected. I'm from Italy. Signal HQ should also, you mean that should, it's something it should do, not something it does, right? I do agree, if you think that's something it should do. Yeah, how do we check if these divisions got the extra stuff, stats or not, though? Because the extra stats at the moment, well, the supply use maybe we can see. Supply use we can see. What else? What other buffs can we check easily? Let me see. So these ones are a bit tricky to see because this one's mostly applying combat. We should declare war on Poland and check maybe. And this one is also a bit tricky to check. But we can check the supply consumption. Well, the army size it's easy to check, but that's for him. And the 3% extra max planning maybe. Let's check. Do you have any plans to get back in Italy? Actually, I do. It's something we are considering recently. So it's something it's on my mind. It's on my mind. But there are several issues with going back to Italy. So... Okay, so from here we can see... It's so goddamn confusing. So we have the Grand Battle Plan, the Grand Assault. The base is 30%, right? Then we have Grand Battle Plan, Grand Assault, another 20%. Then we have 10% for the general himself. This is the general. Max planning 10%, so that figures, that makes sense. It's an extra 10%, okay. Then we get 3% from him again, which is probably... Now, is that 3% the... Because then you get 10% and 6% from Werner, whatever. Werner is the other guy here, okay. What I don't understand here is... where is the extra planning from the... We should also be getting another extra planning from the extra stats that we get from the general, right? Which I don't see here. This guy is giving us... fucks my life. Let me go back to the freaking... get out of my way. Okay, let's actually remove this guy. Okay. Let's do something. I always fuck this up, it's so annoying. Now, if you try to assign the guy again, it gets bugged. Because he's not here. Where is he? Look at this. He's in the... Was it Fedor that I was using? Whatever, Fedor. Yeah, so he's in the same place, but now it takes him 15 days to go there.
Ihre Befehle. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
He doesn't go in the middle of the whole army, of course. Whatever. In any case, here we should see... Okay, so now we only get 10% from the guy. We only get 10%, and if we add the signal... Oh, the signal is not there. Okay, yeah, let's add the signal.
Angetreten.
Yeah, so now we have an extra plus 3%. But what seems bugged, and I think it is bugged right now, is this one. This doesn't seem to give the extra stats. Otherwise, in theory, we should get an extra 20% planning bonus from him. But we're not getting that 20% extra planning bonus from him. You get 10%, it's his default, plus 3%, that's the signal company. There is no other additional buff there. There should be a 20% buff on his default planning. Now, his default planning is 10%. But we don't get the extra 2. That's the 2%. Okay, maybe the closer ones get it. Maybe it's because it's far. What do you mean army HQ distance is right next to you? Are you fucking kidding me? Distance of what?
Angetreten.
What distance? What? Ah, okay, wait, it was on 2? Are you telling me that this thing doesn't actually matter how distant he is? Oh. Oh.
Achtung.
Oh. This is a huge discovery.
Ihre Befehle.
So wait a sec, so if I put him here...
Ausrücken.
Go there, you stupid idiot. So these guys now get full buffs?
Angetreten.
No, they don't.
Angetreten.
But if he is on the front line anywhere, they get full buffs? Even if they are on the other side of the world? Yes. That's very interesting. So, wait, let's do something funny. So sad. I need a giant front to do something funny. Well, whatever. We'll not do it. It would have been fun to do it with like a giant front on the Soviet Union. So basically, if you put him on distance 1 and he like goes here, say, this guy will get a 5% HQ distance penalty, same as this guy, right? Also 5%. So if you put him on 0 and you put him here, but like the front goes all the way to fucking Africa, the guy in Africa will still get that 0% distance debuff. It's very dumb.
Angetreten.
Yeah, I think though it's... and what if we put him free? What happens with that?
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay, so it goes 5%. 10% for each tile away from the front. So it doesn't matter actually where the divisions are. It matters only where the front is.
Ausrücken!
So here it should be 10% the debuff, right? Sorry, 5%. 5%, and here it will be 0. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Yes, exactly. Okay, I'd still say generally it's better to take the... I'd say it's better to take the 5% penalty and keep him a little bit away from the front. Even if you make it into a proper template, you don't want him to fight, because there is a chance that he gets captured even if he's not encircled just by fighting, which is not very good. Boys, we happy with the HQs, I would say. No, we did everything. I'll think a bit more about the tier list, but I think we're pretty much settled with that. So I can probably make my guide record it over the next few days. Let's move on to regimental companies, which is probably a bigger topic. So for regimental companies, I think it would be helpful to have my templates here. See how much we can change the various templates. That will take a bit of time. Let's go and get it. Yeah, maybe not all of them, or at least the important ones I need to do. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Start with inf, so let's start with 18 with inf. 18 with inf plus engineering and artillery. Is that right? Possibly anti-air. That was the default one. Now let's do def. Lieng and 12 with. And then we need the offensive ones. Off, and off T or off S. So let's go with offensive inf. Cannot make the offensive inf right now. This one we need the combat with reduction. Wait, and then it was assault engineer, flame tank, field hospital, and here. To design the I need to design the flame tank. I also need to design the other tanks actually. So Why did I make a light one? That's a mystery. Whatever. Yeah, let's get the mastery for this stuff, maybe. Though the mastery messes it up a bit. No, so I'll adjust this template later, because I don't want it with the mastery for now. Mastery changes the values of some things significantly, so it's not worth doing it now. Let's do HOI4, which is not a problem, so that's 36 with artillery. This is HOI4. What else in HOI4? I think the support companies are the same ones. Now we use logistics instead of anti-air here. Okay. And let's do off T or off S. Say we do off T, I need to design it. Probably none of this one. This one. Okay, already done. Why is it so fucked up with this? Okay. Yeah, this is our infantry tank. Seems good enough. This is the one. We don't use the field hospital on this one for sure though, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, instead we use the light recon. Light recon, I actually need to design it. There was a new design that I'm using for the light recon. I haven't shared it yet. The armored recon. I think it was this one, yeah. But technically you could also do it with the basic high velocity. It's a bit better. More normally you would do it with something like this. Possible to get air cavalry division in the game. Helicopters already in there, so it would be fun. I would remove the helicopters from the game. Instead. Okay, we just need to do the... what's infantry? Yeah, this was the support company's infantry. This could be interesting, actually. To take a look at this. You would do it with 18 width, though, probably. We'll think about it later, but not for now. So let's do the special forces and then we're done. Don't need this stuff. I don't need this stuff. Oh no, yeah, the armored one, of course. Especially that one, I have a new template in mind. So let's adjust it. We start with my default one and then we apply the changes. For Marines, did I have anything interesting? Not really, so let's not do that. Rangers, I will ignore Rangers because nobody uses Rangers. Maybe paratroopers, yes, will do. But mostly we do the Mountaineers. The Mountaineers, we do... Marines and paratrooper Rangers, no. Where are my Mountaineers? I decommissioned them, that's where they are. I guess we should do the full Alp one as well. And support should be the usual stuff, right? We don't have the Rangers, Ranger Recon. Yeah, we do have the Ranger Recon. Okay. Sword Flame. Field Hospital. Okay, these guys need the combat with reduction to work properly, but that's the template. Though I also want to make the Alps. And for the Alps we are going to use... okay, one less here. Something like this. And no field hospital. Instead of the field hospital we go the oh, no, that doesn't make any sense. Cannot use that one. Do use the logistics on these guys for sure. Instead of the hospital we go logistics. Sure. I think we're pretty much there. Maybe I'll also do the Alpha Artillery, although that one nowadays difficult to justify it. Yeah, I would say Recon Rangers are a must-have on Alp divisions, yes. Yes. Oh yeah, should we do the paratroopers as well? Let's do the paratroopers as well. Ah, dang. It was only a 14 weight. Yeah, let's do the 14 weight then. 14 with, and then I had Art Hospital. This must be, this probably will be changed a little bit. Though no, actually, guys, let's leave paratroopers aside for now because I need the doctrines to use them properly. So for now, we ignore paratroopers. Troopers and Marines will do them maybe another time. In any case, for Marines you use the same template as you can use the same template as the Mountaineers, basically. So okay, now that this is done, we take a look at the various templates and we consider what what changes to make to the templates and what regimental companies can be useful to have. Let's go with infantry. This is the default infantry that you want to be able to push as well. So the composition here is already the right one. You can add 3 additional companies, and so it's time to take a look at them. We also need to put these down in the tier list. So we are doing a separate tier list for regimental companies. Let me prepare that. Now the easy one is infantry guns. Infantry guns have got to be a top tier, so infantry guns will go into S. Simply because it's what offers the most soft attack. So if you take a look at that, 4.5 defense, 3.5 breakthrough, 13.5 soft attack. Now if we compare them with the competition in this section, and now there is this one, heavy weapons company is a lot of defense, 25 defense, 5 breakthrough a little bit more, 5.8 soft attack, significantly less, and then the rest doesn't particularly matter. The supply use does matter though, and the heavy weapons company is a lot less extra supply use. That's something maybe to consider in general. Production cost is higher though, and they require more everything basically. And then the motorized heavy, now let's check this one too. I think this is the one that gives the most breakthrough, because it gives 9 breakthrough. It's also the most expensive one, and it requires trucks as well. So same soft attack, same defense. The biggest difference with motorized heavy weapons is the breakthrough. Now breakthrough is very important on infantry especially. But the production cost difference is huge. 16 to 49.9. This is huge. The chat is gone, talking about shit. Okay, it's okay. We are here to chill and chat. Well, offensively, there is, in my opinion, there isn't much of a doubt that adding infantry guns is the best choice, because more soft attack is the most important thing you can add. So this is the flexible infantry that you can use both offensively and defensively. If you wanted to use it defensively, probably the heavy, not probably, for sure the heavy weapons company would be better, because it does give a shitload of defense, like an insane amount of defense. If we add the 3 heavy weapons companies, the defense goes up by 75, which is crazy. 75.6 extra defense is insane. Now, soft attack is the best. HP only determines how much equip you lose. It doesn't let you win battles though. But in terms of HP, here there isn't much of a difference. Not actually there is, because the heavy weapons also give you more HP. So, well, overall, clearly, heavy weapons is the top tier defensive option, and infantry guns is the top tier offensive option, in principle here. From what I can see, infantry guns, the difference in price is huge. And that's something to consider as well. Also the fact that this one requires more support equip, which is generally more costly. This is only a bit of extra artillery. So infantry guns are very easy to add. (9-3), but why? Wait, let me check. 9-3. 24 width. 24 width is not great though. See? Maybe I'm wrong. No, yeah, actually 24 width is very good. Yeah, never mind. 24 width is very good. Yeah, exactly. The price bump is huge, but if you need good defensive divisions, which you rarely need in single player, but if you need good defensive divisions, you need to go for 3 heavy weapons. Now, let's make a better comparison between the two. So let's say that we switch from the heavy weapons to the infantry guns, and let's see what changes here. You lose only 0.9 HP, so I wouldn't consider HP much of a factor. 4 organization is a bigger factor, actually. And plus 0.12 supply use is a bigger factor as well. Then the production cost goes down, of course. And the soft attack goes up by 23 at the cost of 62 defense. Breakthrough is only 4.5, so not a huge difference in terms of breakthrough. So infantry guns for the soft attack and the cheaper cost. Offensively seems to be worth it. We need to think about it on other templates too, though. So will take a while. On this one, though, in the end, personally, I would not add regimental companies to a defensive template. I don't find it to be particularly worth it in single player. If you just need to defend, you don't particularly need regimental companies. However, of course, if you wanted to make this a good basic 18-wit defensive template, then I would go for the heavy weapons for sure. Now let's see if we went motorized heavy weapons, what would change. So the only difference would be the extra breakthrough. You would gain another 12 breakthrough, which would make it a bit better offensively, but this is not a good offensive template in any case, so you shouldn't use it offensively. So at this point, again, we have our flexible inf. You want to make it defensive, you add the more defensive, more powerful defensively, you add the heavy weapons. You want to make it more powerful offensively, you add the infantry guns, I would say. Okay, now let's talk about that. It would be worth it if you had a support company slots issue, which is not the case here because this is a cheaper template. So that will be more of a factor later on when we look at the better offensive ones. Because on the better offensive ones, we have limited support company slots. In this case, we don't. So in this case, there is not really other options. Then you just use the support, the anti-air in here. So we are fine with anti-air. And then you use infantry guns or heavy weapons in here. Going back to the tier list, I think I will put the heavy weapons company as a tier. So it's awesome for defensive units, but not usually needed in single player. Though it's difficult not to give them, with that insane amount of extra defense, it's difficult not to give them at least an A tier. It is a great regimental company. Again, I would not add them normally, but yeah. Now let's go on to def. This is the most basic defensive template. We want this template not to ruin, not to take supplies, not to attack, just to defend less relevant fronts. Is it worth adding the heavy weapon companies here or not? Let's take a brief look here. Now, the soft attack goes up by 11 and defense goes up by 50. Now, those are big numbers in there. Those are big numbers. However, 7 org is a trade that I would do for, I would take for that, for those extra stats, because they're really good. Production cost goes up by quite a lot though. 473. Oh. No. 473 to 548. It's acceptable. What worries me maybe the most is the extra supply use. Keeping the supply use at 0.38 is very nice, but you can probably afford that 0.50. It is a huge defensive buff for sure. It is a huge defensive buff. It's also another 10 army experience. It doesn't particularly matter, but yes, these heavy weapons company generally speaking, it's worth it on defensive templates. If you feel like your defensive templates will... Like, if they are just there to fill the front, I wouldn't put them. If you think they will be under attack at some point, and they may even struggle to defend, then adding the heavy weapons company is worth it, in my opinion. The supply use is big, though, huh? Like, 35... No, what was it? 38... Follow me on the reasoning here. The issue with the defensive companies is... with defensive divisions like this one, is not usually the production cost. They're fairly cheap. You just put them there on the front so that the front is not empty and the enemy cannot just push in. So you need some divisions on the front. But their absolute priority after filling the gaps in the front is not to take supplies from your more important divisions. So that extra supply use could actually hurt your offensives and not help at all. If these guys are not under serious attack, if you don't lose the front, then you don't use the extra defense, you waste extra production cost. Say that they take less damage because of the extra defense, so maybe the production cost in the end is the same, but you take supplies from your more important units in this way. So I wouldn't make it a thing about the production costs, I would make it more a thing about the supply use. But as smaller countries, I would probably not add them, just because you don't have the army experience for it, you don't want to use the support equip and infantry equip for it. There are so many reasons not to add them. So by default, I would not add them. I should probably write down these things as well here. Let's do that. On the document, so infantry guns are cheap and generally worth it on offensive, without generally, and worth it on offensive templates. Heavy weapons great on defensive templates, but expensive and use supplies. So only add them if you think you will be under pressure. Okay. And so Inf and Def we are pretty much set. So again, normally I wouldn't use them. Maybe on this one a bit more, but normally I wouldn't use them on divisions that you don't plan to use offensively. Now let's start. No, but this one I don't like. Let's start talking about some offensive options. So like infantry plus artillery and infantry plus SPGs, because this one can actually be affected more significantly. So first of all, the most important thing and difference with the old templates is that now it's always better to do something like this. To in any case have the most support companies, regimental companies slots available, so it's better to spread out your template, and this is a difference compared to the past. So it is something to consider at no extra cost, but that's always worth it. Let me save these as different way to look at it. Could the upgrade ones mean you could get away with making fewer divisions? Seem like you get better overall defense bang for your IC budget with the support. So yes, but Normally these cheaper ones, the 12-weight ones, are just to cover the front. And making less of them is usually not good, because you simply need to have a couple of them in each tile. You'd say you can make only one in each tile, but only one is a bit risky. I don't think usually you have more than 2 per tile. And then again, there is the production cost and there is the army experience cost, which all of your army experience earlier in the run should be focused on more important things than making these slightly more effective. Okay, so our infantry plus artillery, normally it looked like this. Now, we're talking about the same support companies to add here. Does it make sense to add something different? Now, in this case, for example, if you don't have support anti-air, like for this specific template here, we don't have support anti-air. Adding some support anti-air would be worth it. Now, let's start with some of the easy stuff. So we can put the anti-tank battery in the lowest tier for single player. Or let's put it in situational. The anti-tank. I don't think it's used in multiplayer either, but I'm not sure. So if you think you will face some tanks, would it make sense to add one? Probably not, because then you need to produce anti-tanks, which is annoying. The extra piercing is not bad. More than hard attack, you would need some piercing. And usually anti-air also gives you piercing though. So this gives you 13 piercing. What about the anti-air support? It's the same amount of piercing that you get. Air attack is 9, and the air attack on this one is 17. So to make it the same as a support company, you would need to add a couple of them. So something like this. The piercing remains 17, though it doesn't increase the more you add. Oh no, it does increase. Sorry. No, it increases, but by very little. So to get piercing, you would need the anti-tank. And you don't normally need piercing, so you wouldn't do that. Yeah, so something to consider here is whether it would be worth going for the motorized heavy weapon instead of going infantry guns. So if you don't have air, having a couple of anti-air batteries is nice. What I really don't like here is this organization. This organization is way too low. On infantry, that's too low. Fly use is bad too. This template is getting slowly, gradually out of shape though right now, because line artillery is worse than ever at the moment. You probably wouldn't even use it. Yeah, it would be much better like this. Right now, this template would be much better like this for sure. 35 wid is even better than 36 wid. And then you gain some organization. Then you can add the infantry guns. Say 3 infantry guns, say that we lack the anti-air, we go anti-air. The organization is still a bit low, but this is without doctrines. With doctrines it would probably be good. Now compared to the original one, we actually gain soft attack by removing the line artillery. We lose some orga, not that much. How do we lose armor? Where did we get armor? What I'm wondering here is, if say that you don't need anti-air. If you don't need anti-air, is it better to remove these support companies entirely, regimental companies entirely, or to use additional infantry guns? And And is it better to stick to infantry guns or to use a few motorized heavy weapon company for the breakthrough? Now, achieving a breakthrough of around 150, I think, would be a good goal. So this is without all doctrines and without any doctrine and without many of the techs. I have the feeling that something like this might be okay. So let's compare again. Either way, this is the new off artillery. I wouldn't do anything but this one. You could also go 2 by adding another 2 infantries, but then you can add 1 less regimental company, and that's something you cannot change. So in principle, I think something like this with 3 is actually very nice. So let's say we go with this one. Say we go with this one. What does this template need the most? This is an offensive template, so defense is less relevant. You want to attack with it. On an offensive template, the most important stats are soft attack and breakthrough, but you also want organization not to be too low. The lower the organization, the more damage you risk taking, the more equipment you risk losing, and the longer you need to wait before new offensives. This is not a fast template, but it is a template that will be in battle for a bit longer. So that's the other thing. You need organization the longer you're in battle. The more you have soft attack, the less time you spend in battle. The more you have breakthrough, the less damage you take while on the offense. So technically having higher soft attack and breakthrough makes the organization less important. So in principle, adding soft attack and breakthrough would be the play here. In terms of breakthrough, this one gives 5 and this one gives 9. Is it worth the extra cost? Now, I don't particularly like the extra fuel usage in here, in addition to the production cost. So supply use is the same. Organization loss is the same. The stats seem to be exactly the same, except for the production cost that is higher. And it is higher because this one requires 5 trucks. So we have the extra trucks needed here. Then the other stats are exactly the same. The only one that changes is 5 to 9 breakthrough. However, the main point here is to get the breakthrough. We are adding this primarily for the breakthrough. If we don't think we need the breakthrough, then it's better to simply add infantry guns and make it cheaper. Difficult one, honestly. Difficult one here. Like, we could argue that by default, going for 3 infantry guns is always okay. You go for 3 infantry guns. Then if you lack anti-air, you can add a couple of anti-air batteries here. And then you get your anti-air, the needed one. If you don't lack anti-air, so if you have air superiority, what do you do with the last 2 slots? I'd probably leave them empty, but infantry guns for soft attack could be okay. Ah, by the way, this one gives 3.5 breakthrough. This one gives 5 breakthrough. If we don't care about defense and we don't here, switching from infantry guns to heavy weapons doesn't make sense. So heavy weapons offensively don't make much sense. So it's either infantry guns or motorized heavy. So 3.5 to 9, the breakthrough difference. It's like 3 times as much. No, it's less than 3 times as much, but let's say 3 times as much. And the price is also like 3 times as much. Very poor math. And it adds the requirement for trucks, which is not irrelevant because trucks can be a pain in the ass to produce. Especially in large quantity. It may not seem like much, but... From 30 to 35 trucks for each of these divisions that we deploy. We need to see with all stuff unlocked a bit later. So for these ones, I think I need to wait later. For now, would I add them or not? This is our main template. If you go for this build, this is your most important template. You absolutely want to be able to push with this one. Okay, I also want to check one more thing. So, is it better to add 2 support anti-air, which is the question one of you had earlier. Is it better to add a couple of anti-air regimental here and keep the support artillery here? Or is it better to add the 2 infantry guns and replace support artillery with anti-air? Let's try both. So let's say we go for 2 anti-air in here. Let's save it. Now let's compare with 2 infantry guns and anti-air in here. So in terms of organization, nothing changes. Supply use is basically the same. Air attack is a bit lower, soft attack is a bit higher. And the production cost I didn't see. 1960. $1928. So this one is a bit cheaper. Good morning. Good morning. We are taking a look at regimental companies. Adjusting some of my older templates to include regimental companies, but also at the same time, the idea is to make a tier list for regimental companies. To see which ones are the most useful to add to your templates. This precise moment though, I'm considering whether when you want to add anti-air, it's better to add a couple of anti-air batteries down here, or whether it is better to replace the support artillery with an anti-air battery and add the infantry guns down here. And it seems like adding infantry guns here is better in terms of soft attack and breakthrough, and slightly worse in terms of anti-air. So two regimental companies give better stats than one single support company. Kinda difficult to come to a conclusion for this stuff. The biggest problem here that I see is that normally I don't think I would need the anti-air. And if you normally don't need the anti-air, it's better to have the support artillery there. Then you have a bit more flexibility down here. If you think you don't need anti-air, you just go full infantry guns or nothing to keep the organization a bit higher, which is also fine. If you think you need the anti-air, you may need it a bit later. You already have your support artillery here. You can start adding 1 anti-air, and if you need more anti-air, you can add more anti-air batteries down here. The line artillery, yep, this is my line artillery build, older one. Unlikely to be used now, but I still wanted to see how to improve it potentially. You would use the anti-air battalion. No, the anti-air battalion I wouldn't use, honestly. Now, especially now that you have so many options to add that stuff. So line artillery is really bad now, so normally we wouldn't use line artillery in general, so that we can also forget about it. Let me take a look at something here. So let's go with the original off, which is this one. Let's make it a bit less infantry heavy, something like this. Actually, one more here, one less here, so 36 width. I want to make a comparison in terms of stats. Because see, if you go something like this, and that's why line artillery is so bad right now. If you go something like this and you don't use any line artillery, you don't get any terrain penalties, and you can still get a lot of extra soft attack, and you also retain better organization. So line artillery right now is in a terrible spot. You never want to use line artillery, I feel. The only exception I would make to the rule never use line artillery. The only exception is for a mountaineer template, not this one. A small mountaineer template. If you don't cheese the cup, something like this, to get to a good combat with and be able to deploy a few divisions. Because if you don't cheese the cup, something like this can work quite well with a couple of infantry guns and the usual support. Even with anti-air, say that you need anti-air, but you normally don't need anti-air. Hey man! Oh, glad you could catch me live, and thank you for your support. Okay, yeah, let's leaving this one aside, let's go back to the comparison between infantry and the option with line artillery. Because I want a better comparison of the two. So let me fix this once again. Then we make some comparisons here. What is the... There must be something... Wait a second, where is it? There is a different support company. Here we were using logistics. Here we are not using logistics. Supply use 194. 167. What if we use logistics here? Is it worth it? Yeah, probably worth it. So there is a manpower hit for sure. However... Okay, let's take a look at the various things. HP 367, 502. HP means we take less damage, so there is a manpower hit in terms of deploying them, but then you lose less manpower. No, I'm sorry, because I always liked line artillery. I was a big fan of line artillery, but I feel like line artillery has been disintegrated by this update. It's like... It doesn't work. It simply doesn't work. Because right now, the soft attack, if you go pure infantry, is 277. And if you go with line artillery, is 305. The difference used to be massive. So the difference used to be... Because now, normally we would actually also have one more in here. But this was the original one. 288. 209. So you can see how big the difference is. It's like 33% more soft. It used to be 33% more soft attack with line artillery, but and you basically you had higher supply use. You had some terrain penalties, but you kind of compensated all of that by having a much higher soft attack, which is the most important stat in single player. Unfortunately, right now. That's no longer the case because you can simply add infantry guns down here. And I think even in terms of... Let me check the breakthrough actually. Even in terms of breakthrough, 122, 122. The breakthrough is also this. How is it possible? That's not... That doesn't make sense. Wait, the breakthrough should be higher on this template than the other one, though. no, because you have more battalions, of course, because it's 2 with versus 3 with. Yeah. That's why. Yeah. You have more battalions in here. So yes. So going back to the optimized comparison, assuming that we go something like this. Now say that we do the same thing, so we go full infantry guns. Now in this way we should regain a bit of an edge in terms of soft attack, because 277 versus 355, so you do have a bit of an edge. However, HP 340, 502, organization 41 to 30, and 30 is very low. 30 on infantry is very low. 30 is okay on tanks, on infantry not so much. Then 439, 140, and we have 547, 140, so the same breakthrough. So yes, if you keep adding all of the infantry guns to both templates, of course the soft attack difference remains in favor of the line artillery one, but you also get the terrain penalties. So in the mount, now let's see, where do we get the bigger penalties? It's mostly movement penalties. You also do get some attack penalties in some places. This is minus 5% movement. Though this one would be changed. Wait a second, because this one would be the better one. The more balanced one would be this one. And it's also 35 weight, which is a bit better. Vades. Yes and no, because the manpower difference in this way is big, yes, but the difference in HP makes up for it in terms of casualties. So you spend more manpower to deploy them, but you lose less manpower for sure with this template. So mountains, 5% attack, 0 movement. Here we have mountains, 5% attack, minus 3.7% movement. But then when you get to something like amphibious, why do we have such good bonuses? I have flame tanks. Plus 17.5, plus 25, and reverse 15, 11. So the soft attack bonus is lost in several terrains. You move slowly and so on. No, sadly, I don't see the line artillery build working much right now. And then, of course, if you go on and take the combat with reduction on infantry, this one you can add even more infantry battalions while keeping the same combat with. If you go large unit tactics. But you don't even need to, you know, right now you don't even need to, because this is a very solid template. Pure inf template. So you can even pick this one with assault infantry without necessarily going large unit tactics. When do you get the combat with reduction actually? Yeah, quite fast. So normally, yeah, probably you would go large unit tactics if you do this. But then again, this is not really the competitor anymore, because the big competitor to this template must be the offs. Because line artillery was already ruined when they buffed SPGs. There was already no point in picking line artillery when you had SPGs. Now with SPGs, we're talking about a different comparison. Because now the width is the same, but the soft attack is insane compared to this one. So with SPGs, you do have a point. So let's work a bit on this one too. Now here, my main doubt is... I think it's better to reduce the amount of SPGs now. And add more infantry here too. Generally it's going to be an infantry meta. Yeah, something like this, or even something like this would be fine probably. And then you go again infantry guns. Okay, no. Yeah, true. Yeah, and then you don't need breakthrough in this case, so you leave the last one empty. Then we'll talk a bit about these ones too, but later. So the organization is a bit lower, but not terribly lower. It's fairly similar. Soft attack is lower, but HP is much higher. Supply use is lower, which is good. Armor a bit lower, but that's okay. You lose breakthrough, but it should already be okay, the breakthrough. You gain defense, which is not great. But you make it much cheaper. So defensive units, we covered them earlier. But defensive units don't. I wouldn't use generally regimental companies. If anything on defensive units, you can add the heavy weapons company if you want to, because the defense is awesome. But you generally don't need it in single player. But if you want to, you can. These are all offensive templates that we're looking at now. SPGs are awesome. Are regular tanks competitive or relevant? No. The short answer is no. They're okay. They are still good, but SPGs are better. The only advantage of going regular tanks is in terms of supply user, because it's slower, and higher breakthrough. Problem is higher breakthrough now can be compensated if you need to. Like if you need some higher breakthrough, you can go, you can add a motorized heavy here. Depending on the organization, I would add the motorized heavy. By default, I would probably keep it like this. The organization at 33 is a bit low. I would try to keep it at 35, so maybe something like this. And then if you feel like through doctrines and buffs you get more orga, then you can add another infantry gun. So maybe the new offs would be like this. So let's go back and take a look. So this would be the new artillery oriented one. Now let's keep it also at 35 though. So let's go like this. Yeah, this would be the new artillery oriented one. This would be the new infantry oriented one. Full infantry. This would be the SPG oriented one, or tanks. Again, you can replace this with tanks and it's the same result. Generally speaking, yes, the regimental companies make templates use more infantry because you can compensate the lack of stats with the regimental companies without affecting the width. Okay, so artillery, so SPGs, artillery, pure infantry, flexible infantry. Now this one you just add infantry guns or heavy weapons company, depending on what they are doing, offense or defense. Def, you can add the heavy weapons gun, but I would normally, the heavy weapons, but I would normally keep them as cheap and easy as possible, and basic as possible. Now we have arm, and for arm I also have some changes in mind. Hello man, welcome. So for arm, the template would be a bit different. Once again, we go for more infantry and less SPGs. So we add more motorized, like these, before the SPGs. Yeah, so this is the new armored one as well, plus the regimental companies. So regimental companies, we can go. We definitely don't need breakthrough here. So the only thing we may need is infantry guns. We need to talk about this stuff a bit later, but motorized heavy for sure not needed. Good morning then. Yeah, so now we can think a little bit about stuff like anti-air, and especially we can think about the stuff to add here. So I'm going to have to make a couple of designs for that. But by default, this would be the new arm. Now for the Alp it's a bit of a mess. But it would probably follow the same rules as this one, so more Alp. The problem is the Special Forces cap. So for Alp is one of those things where you can afford to have more SPGs because the organization tends to be higher. Did we pick already the Elite Special Forces? Yes, we did. So a mix of two things. First of all, you have a higher organization, so you can afford more armored battalions. And secondly, you don't want to burn through your cap, Special Forces cap. So keeping them a bit smaller is probably better. Though we could do something like this, maybe. And then we could add infantry guns. Breakthrough is already fine, so I don't think we need extra breakthrough. So this could be the new Alps. Yeah, it's a very good template, this one. So this one in the mountains still get a plus 21%. It's 25% in the hills. It's actually good everywhere. This is without doctrine still. I leave alone the other Alp and yeah, the artillery version could work for Alps as well. Is the front line composed of anti-air tanks, tank destroyer, and SPGs? No, the tank destroyers are not particularly useful, though we will see if adding the tank destroyer support company could be meaningful in any way, but probably not. Anti-air, so for anti-air, what are SPGs? Because I know SP stands for self-propelled guns is the name. Even though then it's actually SPA, but then they are known as SPGs, that stands for self-propelled guns. So the reasoning on no anti-air for something like this is that if you make something like, if you can afford to make something like this, I would assume you can also afford to make air, and you have green air. If you don't have green air, probably instead of adding anti-air to something like this, you'd be better off making something cheaper, like this one, and have some air. This one, though, is a template that I often use without air, so that's something to consider, for sure. Yeah, so what I wanted to do here was one last one with Alpa. Because actually, if there is one template that can still kind of benefit from artillery, line artillery, it is the Mountaineers one. In this format, probably. Alternatively, we could go 35. Let's try 35. It's a bit more expensive in terms of Mountaineers. Though it's very nice, actually, this one. So based on the infantry. This one is a competitive template, honestly. The HP is maybe a bit low, but the organization is good. Yeah, this is a competitive one because the supply use is fairly low for for a template with good soft attack. Terrain buffs should be better. Production cost is half the amount, so it's true that you get half the soft attack, but you also have half the production cost. Though with Mountaineers, usually the production cost is not the problem. You'd better have an expensive template that is very, very good for them. Then they also have additional hardness in this way. Though they are both acceptable. This one is cheaper, so for countries that cannot afford SPGs, making something like this that you can build over time, starting with a 15 with one with just one line artillery is good. And then when you get the buff on Recon Rangers, so for this one you would probably go down the right path for Mountaineers. The Mountaineers, not the Cold Weather Mountaineers. I'm about to release a video though. The Cold Weather Mountaineers, the Snow Mountaineers are better than the Mountaineers. Are they better than Recon Rangers now? Wait. In the Mountaineers, are we using light recon? No. Okay. No, on these templates, no, but you don't necessarily have Recon Rangers. I mean, you need these ones on the armored one because the Recon Rangers slow it down. So on this one is already slow because it's the wrong SPG design, by the way. Yeah? So on the motorized one, you cannot use the Recon Rangers. On these ones, you can use any Recon. You can use Recon Rangers if you have them, but you don't always have them. You can use motorized for some extra movement in plains and deserts. You can use cavalry if I can see it here. And it doesn't change that much. The thing is, the Recon one, if you design it, can give you quite a bit of extra breakthrough. Not that much, honestly. No, I remember I was picking Recon for Armored Recon for some reason. But now I forgot what it was. It was maybe because you get some breakthrough through doctrines. No. Why was I picking that? Okay, maybe here. Yeah, here. So if you use the Armored Recon, you get plus 20% breakthrough instead of 10% breakthrough of motorized Recon and no extra breakthrough of cavalry and Recon Rangers. So this was done mainly for the extra breakthrough, which on infantry templates is actually not useless. It's nice to have at some point. And for the Armored Recon, you just put one factory, but it really doesn't matter. You can use any Recon you want. It's not that impactful. So I put this because ideally, once you unlock the doctrines and if you design it, it's the best one. Yes, no, the other reason is that if you design it with some piercing and hard attack, it can give you by itself basically the piercing you need. And that's nice to have. Piercing and hard attack for those few times where you fight armored divisions. I think I can now provide different support with somebody, probably not you, different support with different tanks. Tank destroyers to increase armor thickness, SPGs to focus on high damage, and anti-air tanks so that can carry fuel and shovels. Yeah, no, consider that the support companies are very cheap. So this is the one we're using now. But again, if you have the anti-tank, which you normally don't have, if you go for the basic high velocity cannon, you actually get a lot of piercing. So this would be my preferred pick. If you don't have it, you just go with this one instead. This is also for additional breakthrough. Now this thing is 8.5 production cost, and you really just need 1, maximum 2 military factories on it. If you do it early in the run, 1 or 2 military factories, and you're fine. You also don't need the improved light. You can also do it on the basic light or interwar, whatever it is. Now, speaking of which, we actually need to design, I don't think we'll use them, but we need to design the other ones. So we need to design the tank destroyer. So we're probably going to use the medium cannon. Is it better to do a super fixed and go with this one? (20 and 90 piercing, minus 25% reliability. Like tank recon, battalion provide a significant booster to infantry and motorized vehicles, primarily reducing casualties during breakthrough. They also allow units without artillery to obtain gold shields. Yeah, they can provide some nice buffs, depending on how you design them, of course. Let's do a quick comparison here, saying that assuming that you wanted to build a tank destroyer, but I struggle to see the reason to build one. This cannot be a tank destroyer. No, wait, what? No, yeah, this is the wrong one, sorry. Okay. Let me see the comparison like this, otherwise I get confused. If you want piercing, this certainly gives you more piercing. In exchange for breakthrough. If you want piercing, it can probably make something like this. Guys, be polite. I'm not sure if you would ever make something like this, but let's say that we'd want to for some absurd reason. This one is free? Interesting. Oh, no. No, yeah, it's kind of free. Tungsten 1. Which one is tungsten? First one, I think. Yeah, honestly, that's already an overkill, though. I don't think you need anything else. You could add extra soft attack if you wanted. I think the heavy machine guns may always be worth it for how much soft attack you get for production cost. The easy maintenance module is a very good module that decreases the production cost. However, you need the tier 2 maintenance company. That's why you've never seen it, because nobody gets that. And also it's 30 army experience to add, which honestly is a bit annoying, but later in the game, technically every design should have it. And in multiplayer, this is a must for the production cost. So very, very good. So I don't think the radio is needed because we gave up on breakthrough. So this could be our tank destroyer. Now we could, the other consideration on the tank destroyer is armor. We may want to have armor on the tank destroyer. But I need to check it later. For now, I just want to see more or less what kind of impact it would have. Certainly, if we're looking at the piercing and hard attack, if you think you need it, one single one is enough. And it doesn't increase the production cost by much. If you think you need a tank destroyer, adding it here makes sense. We need to try and check the SPAA as well for the same purpose. Let's take a look at an SPAA. SPAA that at this point could be medium. There is no point in not making it medium, I think. Ah no, wait, the SPAA medium doesn't have anti-air though. So for it, I mean, you can put it on a medium, but then there is no point probably in doing that. That's the only anti-air gun we have. Without additional text at least. Yes, okay. No, okay, then no, let's put it on a light. And then I mean, we can also go for the usual SPAA if I still have it. No. Bugged. There's nothing else we can do in terms of air attack here though. We don't need overly powerful light tanks. The light tank I use are under 9 IC infantry units with armor thickness around 30, provide nearly 50 penetration against 25 infantry having armor thickness exceeding 5. Trust me, it can reduce manpower losses by half. Having armor is nice, so you can add that. You can make it on the armored recon that you use with infantry. You can use a different design when it's used with slow infantry. So instead of this one... however, infantry that doesn't already use SPGs, because if it is infantry plus SPGs, you don't particularly need it. So it is, if it is offs, like this one, already have enough armor not to be pierced by regular infantry. So here you don't need it. Heavy anti-aircraft guns and medium artillery, which require research the final... Yeah, but where are they? Because I don't want to invest in that stuff in principle. So normally, probably there is one in here. Probably, like this one. That's not the one. And then I assume this one. But these techs, not really worth it most of the time. So you could get the first and second one, but then you could stick to them. Not worth investing so much in anti-air. But yeah, it's worth, what you were mentioning though is not bad. So it's worth making a light tank that is oriented for infantry. For infantry, we don't need it to be fast. Now this one though you need to pay for, so okay, we can go full armor, which would be 9 most likely. Wonder if it's worth adding the sloped armor. Yeah, you could, I guess. You could add the sloped armor if you want to invest in it, otherwise just like this it's fine too. This adds the chromium cost, so definitely no. Yeah, something like this could be okay. For infantry. Now let me take a look. Now let's take the artillery version here. The artillery version doesn't actually use recon though. Yeah. This one uses recon, and we can change which type of recon to use. No, it's not worth it. If you already have armor, it's not worth it, because as you can see, the extra armor you gain, it's only 0 point something, so it's pretty useless. So you might as well just go for this one. And yeah, but I will nerf regimental companies next, so... What we're doing today is, the important part was the HQ part. Now we'll soon stop this second part, because before I make a guide on regimental companies, I will wait for the inevitable nerf that is coming. Now let's take a look on an infantry on... So let's say that we add them to this one, to give them some armor. Say that we give them armor instead of the logistics. And say that we only want to use... So if we use this one, the armor is 5.8, 9.9. Ah, tough, huh? Tough, honestly. Yeah, 5.7 to 9.9 is not terrible. But 9.9 is still not enough for infantry. No, I'm not convinced. Of course, on infantry it's more impactful, but if you want to add armor, there are better ways, I think, to add armor. Including adding one single armored battalion would be better, in my opinion. So if you wanted to add some armor to this thing, instead of doing this, what I would do is this. Because there is actually no rule that says that we cannot add both. We cannot add both line artillery and SPGs. But yeah, then again, we said line artillery is not particularly... it's actually pretty bad in this meta, so we're probably not going to use line artillery. 36 with bricks, yes, like this one. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Honestly, though, the best option remains this one. 36 with SPGs. This, in my opinion, this remains the most powerful infantry template you can make, and this would be the most powerful armored template you can make. Then you replace motorized with mechanized later on, but yeah. So let's put them at the top, actually, the best ones. This one for infantry, and this one for armored, and then the Alps one, but that's basically the same, but yeah. And then if anything, if you want to use artillery, I feel like this one may not be that bad, actually. The Mountaineers plus line artillery. But situational, because you don't want to use these Mountaineers anyway, you would use these ones. We might have a problem once we get the combat with reduction for Mountaineers here. But I guess, if anything, we can add a couple more SPGs. I don't know how impactful that would be. We need to test it. Hey, you haven't completed the focus yet, but that applies to other stuff as well, not only to that. The doctrines, I mean. Which doctrine are we talking about in terms of armor, especially? Which doctrine is that, if you remember? Line artillery for kings. I hope the doctrine you're referring to is not one that is in here, because if it is one that is in here, it's pretty bad. Unless it's streamlined deployment. Ah, by the way, this one too, guys, I missed. That's another reason to use the Armored Recon. You get extra organization, which is very, very important on streamlined deployment, which is the best doctrine here. Another Armored Recon here, though this one is not particularly good. See if I can find something that boosts the armor on the light recon. I have the feeling it's going to be this one. I don't know which one it is. If you remember which doctrine it is, let me know and I'll give a look. Give it a look. But yeah, actually, for now, unless we find out something more, I don't think this design is particularly worth it. I don't think it's worth adding the armor this way. It's better to add one single battalion. The usual SPAA is also very good. So speaking of SPAA, now we have it. Now we have it here. I mean, it's nice to have this stuff, for sure. Some units require the doctrine to be implemented before they can be acquired, such as the Reconnaissance Battalion, providing a firepower bonus to artillery battalions. Rangers, in particular, can provide more frontline artillery. And artillery is for noobs. No, line artillery is cool. But it's in a terrible spot right now. They need to buff it. They need to... I don't know why the SPGs get the combat width of 2 and line artillery doesn't. They need to bring line artillery by default to 2 combat width instead of 3. Then it may work a bit better. But yeah, it's not in a great spot right now. I like these extra support companies. I'm not saying they are not good. Actually, the organization loss is the main reason not to add them. Together with the fact that you don't usually need the extra hard attack and piercing. And then the other biggest reason not to go for them is that I'm too lazy to add another production line to have. Even though it's probably just one factory, because you really need only a few of them, it's still annoying. Though later in the run, adding these two for extra anti-air and piercing, why not? For the later part of the run, yes, definitely, definitely. For the early part of the run, I would stick to this. In here, I don't think there is anything else I would like to add. I think again, if you want to, the anti-tank doesn't even give you that much piercing and hard attack, so I would probably not use it. Though it's an option. It's also an option if you feel like you need it for some reason. And then yes, and then light SPAA for the anti-air if you feel like it's needed. And piercing through this insane tank destroyer, which gives an insane amount of piercing. I wonder if we could use them for the extra armor. So let's try to make something a bit crazy. So let's make the... And let me also see one thing. Going tank destroyer, does it decrease the armor or anything? It doesn't actually, it increases the armor. Which is why these things are usually used with armor. Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to make a 9. Let's not use this one. Because it decreases the armor. If we want to go full armor, yeah, we could go this one, but then we need extra speed. Well, not that much, honestly, because it just needs to match the tank. No, it doesn't need to match the tanks, because the basic tank destroyer doesn't get the bonus to speed. Or does it? It does get the bonus to speed. Okay, so it just needs to match the same speed that we have on our regular SPGs at this point, which is 4 because this is a wrong design, but it would be like 7. But same, okay, it would be the same as the SPG. If you made something like this, would it actually affect the armor in a meaningful way or not? No. No, okay, never mind. If you really wanted to add the armor, you would need to add it as a battalion, not as a regimental company. Regimental companies don't give enough armor to be to be worth it. Let's forget about the armor. Soft attack is still nice because you do get the soft attack. This may make it a bit too expensive. And also a bit annoying to design, maybe. Whatever, I think it's fine. Wait, you don't see the translation? I don't understand Mandarin. I thought everybody could see the translation. I could have pretended though. I should have pretended. Boys, I'm almost out of time, so let's for now stop it. Let's just put down... Is there any regimental company that we are missing here? I feel there is something else that we're missing. I mean, there is the light version, the medium version, the heavy version of all of them, but that doesn't matter particularly. But there was another one. What's missing? So, the anti-air, the tank destroyer, what was the last one? Because artillery SPGs are not cannot be used as a regimental company. I'm sure about that. But I have the feeling there was another one. Oh, I'm missing. Oh, I had a save with that, but Paradox broke it, right? Yeah, so in terms of let me unlock more stuff, see if we can find it. Heavy weapon, motorized heavy weapon, infantry guns, and that's that stuff. Motorized heavy weapon. Maybe I'm wrong. See in terms of designs. Tank destroyer, artillery, anti-air, and flame are the only ones, and I'm pretty sure artillery cannot be added. So it has to be only the tank destroyer and the anti-air. Yes, no, most likely I'm just confused because I unlocked all of the 3 for each, like light, medium, and heavy. But for anti-air, I would stick to light, and for tank destroyer, I think you can stick to medium. I don't think you need to research extra stuff just to get this stuff, which is already extremely situational. Motorized heavy, not useful here. So back to the tier list. Infantry guns are the S tier because that's the only one that I would generally use always. Heavy weapons, great for the defense. Okay. Anti-tank situational. Let's put anti-air in situational as well. No, actually, anti-air we can put it in great, maybe. Because it frees a support company slot when you need anti-air. It's actually good. So anti-air, Okay, motorized heavy. Let's consider motorized heavy a bit so we can put it in the tier list. Definitely below the heavy weapons company. Now, motorized heavy is something that I would consider maybe using on a template like... which template has little breakthrough? Yeah, something like this template doesn't have a lot of breakthrough. Or even maybe the pure infantry one. Doesn't have a lot of breakthrough, so you could consider using a few of these ones. Let's see the trade, if it would be worth it. If you used a couple of them, gain some HP, gain some org, less supply use, 11 more breakthrough for 15 less soft attack. Lot of defense. It's difficult for me to position this one. I don't think I would use it much, but there is value in it. Breakthrough is nice. There is value in it. So, definitely not best. Does it make it to A tier, or do we put it in situational tier? I think we put it in situational tier. Anti-tank, I'll put it in niche tier, actually. I think even in multiplayer you would use something else. If anything, the destroyer. So motorized heavy weapons, I'll put it in situational because gives the most breakthrough. Morning, are we going to have all of these updated in the Google Drive folder? How to memorize all of them now? Yes, I am writing them down, though keep in mind that this is a tier 3 plus members document, the one for regimental companies and the one for HQ composition. Then I will eventually update the templates, which is a tier 2 members document, but it's not final yet. So what we have been discussing today is not final because I will definitely wait for Paradox to nerf these regimental companies. The nerf is coming 100%, so it doesn't make much sense to make the new video or new templates and then have them nerfed and do it again. Though, one thing that we can do is just before ending this live, so very soon, a final showcase of the various templates. So at least you can save that minute you can write it in the comments, and people can check quickly all of the updated templates. Alright, so I put motorized heavy company for now into the B tier, situational, because the breakthrough is nice, but I think it's not generally a priority. What else do we have left? So anti-air we did, anti-tank we did, heavy, and motorized heavy we did, infantry guns we did. So the only ones we have left are these ones, light, SP anti-air, and medium tank destroyer. Let's generalize them as self-propelled SPAA and TD and tank destroyer. Where do we put them? Where do we put the SPAA and the tank destroyer? Now let's make one more comparison here. What's the difference between adding this one? Let me remove this. Okay. So let's say that we use the regular one instead of this one. What happens? Significance, the difference in air attack is huge, and the organization is the same. So it's actually much better to have a designed SPAA compared to having the default one here. Yeah. Okay, this makes these ones better. On armored divisions at least. Don't worry about the speed. The speed now is wrong because the SPGs are wrong. But the SPG design would be 8 speed. No, wait, you're right though. Does this kill the speed or not though? Let's do it. Let's actually fix the SPGs. What the fuck are my SPGs? Okay. Yeah, let's make the tank version of the SPGs because we do need to check that thing. Now, it's a good thing you mentioned it. I would have missed it. I think it's this one. But with this. I think it was 9.4, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, whatever. For what we need to test, this is enough. Okay, now. Okay, so now it's 7. Does this kill the speed? No, it doesn't. Okay. They don't affect the speed. Now, if anything, this one can kill the speed if you don't match the speed. So you do need to be careful that these ones match in terms of speed. Okay, what was the production cost as well? 61.60. And what about this one? 48. No, yeah, definitely I would say that the only difference is the annoying part, the annoying aspect of having to produce it. It's a bit annoying. However, the SPAA is better than the normal AA if you can afford to design one. So let's put it one tier above. No, we cannot put it one tier above because I already put the anti-air in great. Maybe I should put the anti-air in situational. Yeah, I'll make that change. I'll put the anti-air in situational because actually I don't think I would use it as much. I will put the SPAA in great. No, sorry, change my mind again. I put both of them in great. They are both in a way situational and in a way great. The normal anti-air is good because you can use it on regular infantry. The SPAA, you need the armor divisions, but it's actually very good on them. Wait, I noticed we have motorized. Is that because of the org loss? Wait, motorized instead of what? Mechanized? Ah, no, more motorized. Okay, yes, more motorized because of the organization. So now with these regimental companies, you can make up many of the stats, but you need more organization. So on the regular arm, we use a bit more motorized. Instead of doing 8-10, we do a 10-8, and this is actually very cool because until the nerf, you can get more or less the same amount of soft attack. It's slightly less, but by using 2 less SPGs, you make the template cheaper. So it's actually pretty cool in my opinion. You also reduce the supply use. That's pretty nice. Okay, so we like these self-propelled anti-air. You can get insane air attack if needed, if you put 2 of them. And honestly, I would probably most of the time put 2 of them if I think I need the anti-air. Like, the anti-air you can get this way is insane. What about the medium tank destroyer? Well, you can get insane stats on this medium tank destroyer, honestly. Very good stats. Because you can also get 22 soft attack. Production cost is a bit higher, but 22 soft attack is crazy. Look at this. Look at this template. Look at how perfect it is. Again, it's a bit annoying. You need to design it. You need to produce it. It's a lot of army experience. It's pretty cool. In the support brigade, will the stats of these support tanks, such as armor thickness, be affected? In the support brigade, will the stats of these support tanks, such as armor thickness? Ah, man, I don't know. I think the translation is a bit weird. I don't understand exactly. Affected by what? Yes, I mean, I think I know what you mean. I like, if we increase the armor on the tank design, will this regimental company be affected by that? Yes, the answer is yes. This one, yes, but the overall armor on the division, not that much. So we tested it with a very armored version of this tank destroyer, and the armor only went up by 0.3, so it's not worth it in general. To add armor to the division, you can do it a bit with the support companies, but the best way to add armor is always to add an armored battalion. Regimental companies or support companies don't add enough in terms of armor. I think he means like when you set a medium tank to a flame tank, it changes the stats. Does that happen with the regimental support companies? Yes, it does. The regimental support companies are based on the same... Because you cannot set something as a regimental support company. When you design your tank, you can design it as an SPG or as a tank destroyer. If you design it as a tank destroyer, it has some modifiers, like extra piercing, that apply regardless of whether you use it as a battalion or a regimental support company. Either way, now this template here is quite insane, and it would probably be the best armored template you can make. It literally has insane everything. The only thing that is low is organization, but this is without doctrines. With doctrines, even the organization would be good. Yes, Filippo. Yes, I think I answered that earlier. So whether it is a regimental company or something else doesn't matter. It still gets the same stats modifiers, because the stats modifiers are not in there, they are in here. So here, this one is a tank destroyer, right? No, which one? Well, this one is an SPG, right? If we make it into the SPGs cannot be there, okay. This one is a tank destroyer, and if we make it into a normal tank, let's actually do it with this, it's a bit easier. So when we make it into a tank destroyer, you lose breakthrough and suppression. Well, suppression is useless. You lose breakthrough, you gain piercing. Those stats, of course, will influence it used as a regimental company. And I think in this particular case, it's better to go... one thing, though, that I'm not entirely sure about is this stuff here is unlocked... it's unlocked here, I assume, right? Yeah. Well, both of them are unlocked there, so you wouldn't have any of them if you don't research the anti-tank. So yes, cool stuff to add later on if you think you need it, but it requires extra researches, an extra production line for each of them, and I have the feeling most of the time you don't need this stuff, so most of the time the template would stay like this. I'll save it like this for that specific reason. So tank destroyer, where do we put the tank destroyer? I'll put it in situational. I may readjust a bit this tier list later on, because I have the feeling that we over buffed self-propelled anti-air and anti-air, but okay, let's say for now they stay there. So the tank destroyer though will be one tier above the anti-tank for sure, because it gives fantastic stats. I'm writing the document. 1 second and we are done. Then we do a brief recap and then we end the stream. So tank destroyer, depending on the design, the stats can be incredibly good. The main issue is that it requires the anti-tank tech and a dedicated design. A lot of effort for extra piercing and hard attack, which are usually not required. We need to add a big warning at some point though, maybe at the very beginning. Yeah, let me add a big warning. The biggest noob trap with regimental companies is just always adding them. They chew through your organization And if you lower it too much, they cause more damage than they offer benefits. It's something like that. My point is, if support armor is placed in a regular frontline unit versus a support brigade, will their stats be different? Attack power will definitely be reduced, but what about other stats? How much will they be affected? What about terrain disadvantages? Regimental companies, so yes. Regimental companies don't have terrain modifiers. So you don't get terrain modifiers. That to answer the terrain thing, that's the answer. But what's the difference in terms of, for example, armor if placed into a regular battalion versus a regimental company? We can check it right now. Actually, let me duplicate. No, let's make an empty one actually. No, sorry. Yeah, okay, we can still do it with the recon. We can do it with the recon. But the answer, though, I can already tell you, is that if you add them as a battalion, they have a bigger impact than if you add them as a regimental company. So let's try it with the light tank. Let's make sure it is the right one. So we only want the infantry version here. Okay. Okay, so if we add this light tank as a battalion, you get 24.6 armor, okay? If you add it as a armored recon company, you get 3.7. Okay? If you add it as a regimental company, I think you get a bit less, because what matters the most is the amount of light tanks that you're actually using. Like when you add it as well, other than the fact that it's a battalion, here it's 60 light tanks, but the way armor is calculated, armor is always based on the battalions you have, not so much on the regimental companies or support companies. Regimental companies should work exactly like support companies, but let's try. It would be nice to try with something that has absolutely no armor, but then it's a bit difficult to do. Yeah, okay. This one could work actually. Okay. Yeah, here we can do it because we can add it here. So the problem is this one doesn't have a lot of armor though. And the light recon cannot be added as a support company, so it's a bit tricky. Either way, 5.8 armor if you add an SPAA here, and if you add it here, it's still like 8.7. So it's significantly more. Now, the problem is this SPAA was not designed with armor in mind, so it doesn't give armor. But you get the point. So adding as a regimental support gives a lot less armor to the entire template. Let's remove this monster. Guys, time for the summary, I'd say. Talked about everything. Okay, let's take a look at the various templates here, see if there is anything else we missed or we want to add. So this is my basic, probably the best infantry template you could be making at the moment. Infantry combined with SPGs to maximize the soft attack. Then depending on the organization, you add infantry guns. You can add one more infantry gun if you think you need even more soft attack, or if you have the organization to afford it. But you can also use this slot for something else. If you think you need extra piercing, you can use the anti-tank. If you think you need extra anti-air, you can use the anti-air battery, and if you think you need extra breakthrough, you can use the motorized heavy weapons company. The only one I wouldn't use here for sure is the heavy weapon company. This is a strictly defensive regimental company. And the infantry guns are the cheapest and give soft attack, which is always great. So then we leave one slot free to preserve organization. Now in here you can do a few more cool stuffs. If you have designed a proper, if you just want breakthrough, you can just add this one. If you want to preserve organization, you add nothing. But if you want to add a lot of anti-air and you can design an SPAA, a good one, then you can add it this way. That's a lot of air attack that you can get that way. And if you need a lot of piercing and hard attack, which is rarely the case in single player, you research anti-tank and you design a proper tank destroyer, well then you can add actually very good stats in here. This one, considering the production cost, is actually fantastic stats. Okay, let's move on to the next one, then I will answer the last few comments. So for the armored template, again, I would stick to something like this. We are increasing the motorized compared to the SPGs to increase the organization, even though here it's without the doctrines. Again, always the infantry guns, but feel free if you think you have enough soft attack and you need other stuff to use an anti-tank or an anti-air. And if you need a lot of anti-air and a lot of anti-tank, same thing as before. Again, the medium tank destroyer, depending on the design, can add some fantastic stats. Really, really good. Just annoying to research and design it, but the stats can make it worth it. Later in the run, honestly, I would add one to my armored templates. Like when you fight the US a bit later in the run, having the extra piercing and hard attack could be nice. Then we have the Mountaineers version of Mountaineers plus SPGs. It's basically exactly the same thing that we saw here. Except with Mountaineers, since they have higher organization and you generally want to... Sorry, not this one. Except with Mountaineers, since you have a higher organization, you can afford more SPGs. And also you can preserve the Special Forces cap a bit more in this way. So that's why we go for more Mountaineers. Less Mountaineers and more SPGs in this case. And the same thing applies here that we said earlier. Then we have the Mountaineers plus Line Artillery, very niche stuff that you would only do if you go for the Line Artillery buffs on Recon Rangers. But again, it's very, very niche. Thanks to the extra organization though, once again, you can add a lot of infantry guns. So you can actually get very good soft attack even on this template and an optimized 35 with combat width. Finally, we have this one that probably we would not use. We put it down maybe a bit. This one is not that viable anymore. Instead, probably if you go for infantry, a pure infantry 36 with template like this one would be the best. And then you have some flexibility. Here you have decent organization and you have some flexibility on support companies. If you need anti-air, you can add anti-air. If you need anti-tank, you can add anti-tank. And if you feel like you need extra breakthrough, which is often the weak point on infantry, you can go motorized heavy for the extra breakthrough. But by default, something like this would work very well in my opinion. Then we have the standard infantry. This is the flexible infantry that you can use to protect fronts or for limited offensive scenarios. If you plan to use it more offensively, I would add infantry guns. And if you plan to use it more defensively, I would add heavy weapons company. If you add 3 heavy weapons companies to this template, the defense is actually quite insane. So this is an awesome defensive template. Probably one of the best. Finally, we have the very basic def. This one, the primary goal of this one is to fill the gaps in the front and to be cheap and not to steal supplies. So for this reason, I would, in principle, not add any regimental companies. But then if you think you need to, if you want to use it offensively, go infantry guns. Actually, a couple of infantry guns can bring the soft attack on such a small width template to a fairly decent amount. And especially if you think it will be under a lot of pressure, adding a couple of heavy weapons companies, again, the boost to defense is insane. So this can be very good defensively. I think we're done, because then this one is a bit of an obsolete template. And this is the pure Mountaineers one that you use with the Mountaineers combat width reduction. But honestly, for Mountaineers, I like probably this one the most. So I think I would most of the time go for something like this. Guys, that's all. I'll check the last few comments and then I'll stop. Is it worth putting these on your regular 1218? I think I already answered you while I was doing the recap. Thanks for sharing. I think the armor thickness is still worthwhile compared to the original armored brigade. Placing heavy tank destroyer and heavy SPGs under standard armor is cheaper and just as effective. So the tank destroyer one... where was it? Yeah. Okay, let's do this one last check. So let's compare this tank destroyer with a tank destroyer with armor. And let's see if it's worth it. I don't think so, but let's check. So if you wanted to make it more armored, you would probably go sloped armor. Then you would put some armor thicks in there. Let's make sure that TD is still here. So let's compare TD and TDR. So this one, two of them 4.0, 7.2 is the goal. Okay. Let's go 9. Can we get to 7.2? No, we cannot. Okay, we can if we go 9.5. We need to go. Okay, so so the comparison is going to be between these two. No, sorry. The regular tank destroyer. Can heavy armored vehicles be used as a support brick? They can, but then you also need the heavy one, and you still need the speed. So mind that the speed is needed. Do we have an heavy tank? We should have an heavy tank, so let me take a look at that one too. Let's see for maybe for infantry where you don't care about speed, okay? Where is the basic heavy? Basic heavy. Let's do a basic heavy. In this case, we don't need the super fixed, so we can go directly like this. We had the 3 of them, I forgot. We can. That's nice. Oh, we can add 4 of them. That's a lot of soft attack that you can get here. I'm not sure this is worth it though, because... Oh, no, the breaker is still nice. Looks potentially good though. Let's see. $23 production cost is quite high. Okay, now let's test these two. So first of all, let me make sure that what I said is true, but it is true. So okay, so you always need the speed, otherwise it will slow down. So the heavy ones on armored templates are not really good. So on armored templates, we have the medium, right? So let's see the difference between the two mediums, so we can check that first of all, whether the armor is worth it or not. Okay, so the normal tank destroyer, it adds chromium, it's a bit annoying, but yeah, you could. So the normal tank destroyer 25.4, the armored one 25.7. So no, not worth it. Not worth the extra cost on an armored template, okay? Not worth it. So this one we can close the chapter. Not worth it. Now let's see the heavy on an infantry one. However, keep in mind that to add the tank destroyer, you need to have armored battalions already. Or technically you could do it with motorized artillery, but you wouldn't do it with motorized artillery. So let's say here at this point, no? So on this template, what happens if we had the heavy tank destroyer? So here, yes, you do get got a decent amount of armor, but honestly still not enough in my opinion to be worth it. An extra 6 armor for an extra 238 production cost. No. My short answer is no. I don't think it's worth it. No, by the way, yes, we can check one thing that you wanted to check earlier. So let's do it now. So the armor like this is 21.7, right? If we add the heavy tank here, it goes from 21 to 27. If we add it here, it goes to 39. So you see why it's not worth it as a regimental company. If you really want the extra armor on a tank destroyer, you should definitely add it as a battalion, which is something I would not recommend doing. But you should add it as a battalion, not as a regimental company. Because the regimental company is certainly cheaper. It's 1/4 of the cost in terms of amount of tanks you need to produce. It's 40 here and only 10 here. And of course, it doesn't bring you the terrain penalties. But it's still quite an effort to make something like this. You need to research heavy tanks, research anti-tank, put all of the armor, put a huge production cost on it, just to get like 5 more. What was it? Sorry. Just to get, yeah, 6. Just to get 6 more armor. Not worth it. Good, boys. Done. 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 We'll come back to this when I make the guide in a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks after Paradox nerfs the shit to the ground. But the headquarters guide will come sooner because I don't think they will be nerfed as much, so that should be fine. Alright, let's end the stream with a spoiler. Well, not really a spoiler, but I have been adjusting this fantastic run that Paradox kind of broke. We did it live the other day, but then I made some more changes, some more improvements. Just wanted to show you how awesome it is. So this is the secret Kaiserin Germany run. Our faction is called Paradox, by the way. It's very. I got scared for a second because it was something very bad that I wrote before. I was like, did I change it? Yeah, I changed it. So it's stream okay. And we have the European Union, and we also have, I think I saved just before doing it. Yeah, we also have the Holy Roman Empire, and it is only October 1939. In the original guide, this was achieved in November 1939. So despite Paradox messing up with everything, I managed to optimize the guide, make it even better than it was before. So that's very cool. With this, we can really end the stream. Thank you all, boys, and see you soon. Bye-bye.